Wow, 87 attendees and growing steadily.
Okay, on my right, okay, on my left. Ready. Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the April 8th Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Treasurer Wagner, would you please call the attendance roll?
Mr. Craig?
Here.
Mr. Lindy?
Here.
Ms. Mapp?
Here.
Dr. Moffitt?
Here.
Mr. Morosky?
Here.
Vice President Weinberg?
Here.
President Bolton?
Here. Thank you very much. Vice President Weinberg, would you please explain how the virtual hearing of the public process works for us?
Yes, thank you. Members of the public online and with during our clicking the chat button now. The chat feature will be open for your request for 5 minutes. And if you would like a direct response to your questions, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and also your contact information.
Thank you. The chair will now entertain a motion and a second to approve the April business meeting agenda. Do I hear a motion? Thank you,
So
Mr.
moved.
Morosky. We have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Vice President Weinberg. Appreciate it. Treasurer Wagner, would you please call now the voting roll?
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Thank you. Tonight's agenda is approved as posted and now voted upon. We're going to start with our old business, and it's possible that the board might have some updates. I will talk about those, and I know too the superintendent will either have some update here or as part of the acknowledgements and announcements as well. But to begin with, I'd like to refer all the board members for the hopefully the third and final time to review the proposed change in language to appear on our agendas. We tried to have a little bit more parallel construction. We kept obviously all the substantive issues, and we tried to be a little bit more explanatory regarding the goals and guardrails. If there's any questions about it or discussion about it, happy to try to answer those now. Mr. Craig.
So just wanted to, one question, but then one clarification point. I know one of the things listed on there was the graduation number, which is actually different than the number we actually had in our goals. And so I think we should still mirror what we actually voted on and approved, which is I think 94%
Sounds good.
where we were trying to get towards. I think 100% is a lofty number and all, but we also know that there's things that affect why we would not get to 100% that have nothing to do with whether or not a student graduated. The second thing is also just the language around the guardrails, making sure that we're still including the language specifically around the minority groups the African Americans, Hispanics, and multiracial. I think it's just important to call that out because that is what we're actually striving for. And so I just think using that language is an important add-in, and it also mirrors what we agreed to when we were thinking about this process, because we recognize those groups were specifically ones in which we had seen struggles within the results of them staying at the same rate as their white counterparts. And so I think it's just
Right.
important to call those out.
To make
specifically.
that much more explicit.
Yes.
It wasn't very explicit in the one. It got less explicit in the second round. We want it to be more explicit. So those are recommendations. Anybody have any questions about those or additional ones you'd like to make mention of changing the language that will appear on every agenda as we publish? Mr. Lindy.
Yeah, thanks very much, President Bolden. I just had two questions. One was when you were saying that we had taken some time to try to clarify and strengthen, who was the group that was doing that?
Myself and board staff.
Got it, thank you. And then, so when you and the board staff were revising the language for the guardrails, I just wanted to check an assumption that I'm making that I think is true. I just wanted to make sure. The language for the guardrails, I believe, is what we approved as a board when we voted on them back in December of 22. And that what's here is those were long. I fully support the idea of getting them to a tighter piece that can sit. So I'm in spirit highly aligned. I just want to make sure that this doesn't change any of the numbers that are associated with the targets, with the interim measures, with any of that. This is a labeling piece for the agenda.
That's how I would see it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for the comments. With those, with the corrections, before we go to the superintendent for some additional ones, we'll make note, board staff, of those changes. And again, if anybody has particular word or verbiage that would be helpful, feel free to contribute that. Superintendent.
Thank you, President Bolton. So would this mean that when this is updated tonight, it changes the goals and guardrails, and then we would need to go back and update it in the strategic plan? No.
None of the things that we voted on. This was sort of the Reader's Digest
Okay. Thank you.
version, because we felt so compelled to have goals and guardrails on each agenda. Wanted to, obviously, as we've had for a number of years, the vision, mission, and the new piece that we've added, if you'll all recall several months ago, was having something, I think the superintendent, you're the one that gave it the title, which is forecast. So those vision, mission, and forecast appear as written, with a couple of exceptions, I think, at the end to make it more parallel construction. And then goals and guardrails, it looks like we want to be more explicit and want to make sure that we don't lose any or nothing we say makes any of the process different. Is that a fair summary of what I've heard? Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. And we will do that, and board staff will help us. And again, anybody that would like to help us, feel free. Let's see. Old business addition, question to the treasurer regarding the ad hoc committee cost of the resolution. If you'll all recall, on March 8th, we passed an ad hoc resolution based upon what items on ad hoc the administration had supported. And we made that into a resolution because the superintendent had mentioned that we wanted to, she still, even with they supported it, needed directions from the board. So we passed the resolution. And to, I think, Mr. Lindy and a couple of other people's comments, would like some input regarding the, or some clarification as to the cost of those resolution items. So I've asked the treasurer to provide that for us tonight as we move our way through old business.
So reading from memory, I don't think any of the action items had a cost value associated with it, with the possibility, exception of some extra time for our Matt Cropper, who is the guy who helps design the boundaries, does all the statistical stuff. The only cost, or the first cost that come to mind, is when we start planning out the middle school concept. So in implementing the action items in the resolution changing boundary lines kind of resets all the data. And then we have to build from there to figure out, you know, how to staff the schools, and what those kinds of costs would be like. So in the initial phase, I didn't see any need to increase costs.
With just the resolution items.
Correct.
Probably another reason why it was okay and a little easy for the administration to say yes in these difficult financial times. So not a surprise, but appreciate that effort. Any questions or points of clarification for treasurer or anything that we've dealt with so far as we start to leave old business? Okay, superintendent, before anything within the old business, do you have any updates or anything you'd like to share? If not, we can move on to the new business where I know you do have a number of things perhaps to share. All right. Let's do any members have any acknowledgements, announcements? This is that part of our business. And then I know the superintendent has retirements to announce, and there are other announcements as well. So, Madam Superintendent, why don't you tell us the good news for the people that are retiring?
Okay, so our retiree announcements for today. We have certificated Cheryl L. Kennedy Hall, teacher at Silverton Elementary. For our civil service, we have Patricia Hayes, paraprofessional at College Hill Fundamental Academy, and Marcus Canada, level 1 building engineer at Taft. Let's give them all a round of applause for their service.
Superintendent, do you have any other announcements or acknowledgements before I go through the membership for their announcements and acknowledgements?
Am I going to the next one on the list?
You can if
Okay.
you want.
All right, so thank you. So
You're the
at this point, just to provide a brief update where we are in negotiations and in partnership with our team and working with our union leaders. So at this point, we do have a tentative agreement with 4 of our unions, verbal for some of them, CFT, AFSCME, CFOP, and CAS, around extending our contract for a year and taking our employees and the work that's happening with them into consideration. So we are hopeful that by our next business meeting at the end of the month, that we'll be able to come back and bring the board a formal request to move forward.
Thank you very much. That's great news. I appreciate everybody's efforts in that. Do any board members have any announcements or acknowledgements that they'd like to share? This is that time. We used to call it kudos, and now it's moved on into this. Mr. Lindy.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bolden. I would just like to mention again, Cincinnati Public Schools has the 2nd highest improving math scores in the country of the 44 largest school systems that make up the Council of Great City Schools. I want to say thank you again. I know I brought this up several times, but I continue to think it's a big deal. Thank you to our teachers. Thank you to our staff. I think making sure that kids get an excellent education is job 1 in Cincinnati Public Schools. I think that is a huge win. I'm excited to see what other wins we can put on the board for children together in the coming weeks and months. I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Other board members' acknowledgements and announcements. Madam Vice President.
Yes, thank you. If everyone could take a look on the screen, I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to go over a couple of kudos and accomplishments. I know that I'm a little bit late with a couple of my slides and pictures, but I did want to make sure that I acknowledged these particular schools and these particular events. So on the screen first, we have the Fairview German School, their big event, their Fasching. I got the opportunity to see a lot of our students. They created their wonderful mask, as you can see, and just being able to do a parade. It was really nice to be able to be there and support. The second slide, the pictures of our OSBA president, Sally Green, which she was able to come and visit with Walnut Hills High School. She was also able to visit with Vine Preschool, and then also with Project Connect. So in the photos you see, she got an opportunity to read to the children. They really enjoyed the story, and it was just a great time just being able to spend some time with her. And then on the last slide, just this past a week ago, CPS had a wonderful all-star game, and I just wanted to thank all of our partners and just to thank Josh Harden and everyone else who put that together. It was so much fun. And it was a great opportunity to not only see our student athletes, but to also see the students who were honored for the Marion Spencer scholarships and just everything in general. So I just wanted to give a huge kudos to everyone and give them a big round of applause. That's
Other
it.
board, well, thank you. Other board members, acknowledgements or announcements? Do we have any? Superintendent, do you have some more?
I do. I just have one. I cannot believe
Okay.
I did not mention this one, but this weekend we had our CPS Cincy experience, and it was a huge, huge success. We started on Friday morning with our participants visiting two of our schools. They could either visit an elementary school or a high school. And so they were shuttled there. And then that evening, we had a mixer, a meet and greet, and I do want to give kudos and thank you to Senator Ingram for coming out and acknowledging the participants, and it was just a really warm time. And then on Saturday, we had all of our schools at Woodward High School. The energy was great. The participants, we had about 300 participants that participated then, and the principals, the teachers, the staff members, they just did a great job. So I did want to recognize and give the staff a round of applause. They worked really hard to make sure that all of that was successful. So give them a round, please.
Any others? Chairman Craig?
So I just wanted to echo Vice President Weinberg's comments around the All-Star Showcase, but I also wanted to highlight the fact that it was a really touching tribute that was done as part of the showcase that really talks about how much our district cares for each other and how much our district looks out for each other. It was a really great moment to have the tribute to DJ Dowdy done as part of the process, but also the great work that all of our students did and all the parents did. And then lastly, I want to highlight the great attempted effort of both Congressman Landsman as well as City Council member Scotty Johnson and their attempts to shoot a half-court shot. One of them was a little bit more apt at doing so than the other. We won't mention their names of which one was better, Greg. And so, but it was a good time, but it was also an opportunity to be back at UC and really have an opportunity to showcase some of the great work that our vendors and our partners and all the group folks who were there doing to give a good check to Project Connect. So I think it's always great when we can do those things, but it's also great when we have those moments to touch each other and understand each other as we're all going through some difficult times at times. And so.
Chairman Craig, could you just, for the audience's sake that is listening, just tell about the Project Connect and what it does and.
Yeah, no. So this is the second year in a row. We've done the donation to Project Connect. Project Connect works with our students who are facing some form of housing inconsistency or housing uncertainty. They have really worked hard to make sure that our students who at times may be in between houses, maybe couch sitting, all these other variations of their levels of homelessness as defined, get care and get attention to ensure that they're able to go to school and be successful. We recognize, and it's one of the things that we mentioned to Dr. Moffitt's credit when we were at the meeting with the city council members, to recognize that we have a sizable portion of our student population who are facing at some point in time in the year homelessness. And so Project Connect does a lot of great work to work with them and to ensure that those students get stable educational opportunities and educational resources dedicated to them. But most importantly, get housing security so that they can stay in the same school, so they can stay with their family at times and they're not hopping and skipping and jumping. So this was a great effort. They were well represented at the All-Star Showcase as well. And Rebecca Beach does a great job leading that.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Any other comments, questions, or announcements, acknowledgements? Thank you all. Then, Madam Vice President, the chair is yours.
I'm getting my life together here. Sorry about that. All right, we are now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address all comments to the presiding officer. If you're online, once a request to speak has been granted, you'll be invited to enter. You should click on the camera icon to go interactive. Provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a response to any questions you might have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up, and please refrain from discussing any personnel items. After speaking, if you're online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to the live stream of the meeting. Tonight, well, thank you, of course. And before we officially begin with our speakers, we have a couple of guests. And the first guest that we have, I'm going to take time to introduce SCPA's principal, Michael Owens, and SCPA's External Relation Officer, Teresa Niehaus. So they can come forward. And I'm going to read their bios, and we're going to hear some great things from them as well. So first up, we have Principal Michael Owens. Michael Owens joined the School for Creative and Performing Arts as principal in July of 2015, coming home to Cincinnati after a professional career with Columbus, Ohio Public Schools. Owens is a 1988 graduate of SCPA, where he focused on vocal and instrumental music. Owens served as a teacher, an assistant principal, and principal within Columbus City Schools. Most recently, he was the founding principal of Columbus Preparatory School for Boys, where he developed a single-gender middle school from its inception. Previously, he was the assistant principal at Columbus Arts Impact Middle School, and he taught in elementary and middle schools, including the Columbus Afrocentric School, where he created the school song. Are you going to sing for us? Okay. Between teaching and starting his career in administration, Owens worked as Columbus Peer Assistant and Review Consultant and in the Columbus Leadership Intern Program. He earned a master's degree in education administration and a bachelor's degree in early and middle childhood education, both from The Ohio State University. So let's give him a round of applause. And then next up, I'm going to introduce Teresa Niehaus, External Relations Officer. Teresa brings years of experience in business development. She has served as the External Relations Officer since 2015. Previously, she served as an executive director of Cincinnati's Memorial Hall, where she significantly increased operational income and charitable contributions. Prior to that, she served as the director of the Otto M. Budding Academy at the Cincinnati Ballet's Northern Kentucky University campus, and she holds a Bachelor of Arts degree and a Master's of Education degree from Xavier University. So let's also give her a big round of applause as well. And now, the microphone is yours.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation, Board President Bolton, Vice President Wingard, Superintendent Wright, and all board members. We are pleased to be here representing a very thriving, creative community at SCPA. We have close to 1,300 students who come in daily, K through 12, who are motivated around the culture that we have built around arts and academics. And we celebrate the diversity that's within our building, but also we celebrate all of our partners and parents who really pour into the students and staff at SCPA. I was about to say The Ohio State University. Go Bucks all the way. And so daily it is a chore for us to really see the creative energy that rests inside of our students, but also credit is due to the wonderful staff at SCPA who are committed to really pouring in their gifts and talents to our students daily. And that's really attributed to their longevity. Many of our staff members at SCPA stay because they love being in our building, servicing our students. And so as we look to graduate our next class, as we continue our high percentage of graduation rate at SCPA, all of that is really attributed to the love that we pour into, and also what our students have in store for them K through 12 at SCPA. So thank you again for allowing myself and our external relations officer, Teresa, to come before you this afternoon.
Thank you for coming.
In addition, I would just like to thank you for your continued support for our students, both the Cincinnati Public School Board, the Cincinnati community on the whole, our donors, faculty, and staff. It is truly reflective within our students, and we greatly appreciate all your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
I have something to shoot with a video.
And I think we have a video to share, Mr. Wilson, I think so. If there's a video, if we could go ahead and play that really quick, please.
Kids.
Welcome to SCPA. Because of your generosity, 1,400 students receive world-class artistic and academic instruction every year.
Thank you for my violin.
Thank you for my scholarship lessons.
Thank you for my intensive dance training. Thank you for preparing me for conservatory. Thank you for mentoring me. Thank you for the opportunity to perform with the symphony. Thank you. You make the difference in preparing our students for their futures. You've helped me apply to all of my colleges.
You are essential to the power and promise of SCPA.
You changed the future of a child. You make a huge impact on my education.
Thank you to the Cincinnati community for investing in our students.
Thank you to the SCPA Fund for investing in our students.
Thank you to our supporters and parents for investing in our students.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's give it longer. Now, before we get to our guests in the audience that are going to be coming up to the podium, we have with us tonight our State Senator Eric Kearney. If you could come on down. And he deserves a round of applause as well.
Okay. To the chair, my name is Eric Kearney and I'm a former state senator.
No,
I'm here.
so hold on, we're gonna clear that up. We know that you're full of it. It's always, you will always be. So I was told that. Yes. All right. The microphone is yours. A wonderful
This is like a comedy routine at this point, right? Okay, I'm here to make remarks remembering C.J. Prentice. C.J. Prentice believed in chance. That is, giving the poor, the disadvantaged, the undereducated Appalachians and African Americans a chance at a better life. She was quick-witted. She had a sandpaper laugh. She read books, thick books. She drank Heinekens from a red wine glass. She crafted floor speeches, traditionally a formal static activity, into part theater, part closing argument, and part thesis. She was a great public servant, having served on the State Board of Education, in the Ohio House, and the Ohio Senate. To me, CJ, who I regularly called sister cousin, and called her by her first name, Carolyn, only one time, had three loves: education, politics, and her husband, Michael, who was a teacher. CJ Prentice died on April 2nd. She was 82 years old. She obtained a BA and a Master's of Education from Cleveland State University and did postgraduate work at Kent State and Case Western Reserve. Her parents were activists in Cleveland. Her mother was a public school teacher. She inherited their activism and sense of justice and equality. She started the Voter Service Club in 1970 to register people to vote. She founded Black community leaders for peaceful school desegregation. She became the leader for an interracial political organization, Welcome, West Siders and East Siders, Let's Come Together. She integrated the Cuyahoga Women's Political Caucus. That certainly created the foundation for her political service. She served 5 years in the State Board of Education, 8 years in the Ohio House from 1991 to 1998, 8 years in the Ohio Senate, 1998 to 2006, and 2 years, 2005 and 2006, as Senate Minority Leader. She was the first female president of the Ohio Legislative Black Caucus and the second woman, following Ryan McGlynn, to serve as minority leader in the Ohio Senate. She understood the link between elections and protecting quality education. Legislatively, she addressed the racial achievement gap, obtained funding for all-day kindergarten, and reduced class sizes. She even led a hunger strike to secure funding for a school breakfast program. CJ was politically fierce. She drafted a bill to increase the minimum wage. When she couldn't get a hearing and passage, she called people from across the state and started a signature campaign to have it placed on the ballot. Ohio voters passed it. I met her in 2005. She is the sole reason I was a senator. She selected me to fill the vacancy in the 9th District Senate seat. I cannot thank her enough. She gave me a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. So tonight we have several speakers in person, and Mr. Wilson, if you could just tell me how many speakers do we have online? Okay, perfect. So we will have the online speakers go first, and then I will call the names of the other speakers to come down. We have chairs in the front that are near the microphone as well.
Sorry for the delay. We're allowing people to come in. Our first speaker is going to be Abby Friend. Abby, please go ahead.
Abby, I think you're still muted.
I was, thank you. My name is Abby Friend. I'm a parent of a student at SCPA and a member of the Cincinnati Education Justice Coalition. I've been joining the board meetings for the last few months after I learned about the cuts that were being made to our budget and how you as the board and administration have proposed we close our budget gap. As I've shared in past meetings, I'm concerned that the cuts we are seeing will deeply impact the quality of the educational experience in our district, such as the cuts to paraprofessionals, building subs, and Project Connect. Because of this concern, I spent some time digging through the contracts that our district has, and I noticed some upsetting patterns. It makes sense that a huge part of our budget goes to personnel costs and transportation. We want credentialed teachers and we want our students getting to school safely. What I found upsetting was the massive number of contracts we hold with private companies, many of which are not local to our district. My concern is, why are we outsourcing so many vital services to private companies instead of investing in good union jobs within our district? Why are we spending so much money on curriculum from for-profit companies that advocate for voucher programs, charter schools, and the privatization of public money instead of investing in our educators and trusting in their passion to teach our students? I'm worried that we are falling prey to powerful political currents in our country that are pushing generationally vital public institutions like our public schools into the unregulated, unaccountable world of privatization in order to weaken the value of these spaces within our culture and the strength of the teachers and staff who make our unionized workforce so integral to the forward momentum of our district. Let's be clear. Parents in our communities want strong public schools. We want teachers, staff, school nurses, bus drivers, and social workers who live in our district who have a vested interest in the success of our school communities. Continually outsourcing services through expensive contracts waters down that passion and fundamentally weakens our schools. As you move forward with your budget cuts, please get creative with the private contracts our district holds and ensure that we are investing directly in our students and educators. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and thank you for giving us time off of school to go see the eclipse.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Karen Kahn. Karen, go ahead. We're going to go over to Brittany Noble. Brittany, go ahead. Brittany Noble.
Hi, is my microphone working?
It is. Can you please unmute your camera as well?
I can try. Doesn't seem to be working.
Please go ahead.
Did it work? Did it work?
No, it didn't, but you can go ahead.
Okay. Hi, I'm a teacher from Carson School, and I was just calling to thank the board for listening to myself and a few other teachers coming here tonight to talk about the overcrowding of Carson School. I'm a 5th grade team leader and intervention specialist, and on our 3rd floor alone, we have over 300 students. And those 300 students are more students than some of our elementary schools have in total. I know the board has looked at our plans and has seen what we have presented in our overcrowding, but I just wanted to take this time to ask them to take a further look at our overcrowding and maybe redrawing the lines or even capping our attendance as we have more and more students enrolling as we speak. Our current enrollment is over 800, and we know that our 3rd floor alone, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade, has more students than some elementary schools in total. We have roughly 350 kids on our 3rd floor alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Sandy Herring. Sandy, go ahead.
Greetings, my name is Sandy Herring, and I am a school counselor at Aiken, and I have been with the district since 2008. One of the first things I think we all learn in any basic psychology class is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that unless we have our physiological needs, safety needs, love and belonging, self-esteem, good mental health, we cannot progress to self-actualization. And that's the part of us that can actually participate in learning. We are in a mental health crisis accelerated by the pandemic. Suicide is the 2nd largest cause of death among people ages 15 to 24. And the first is gun violence. Nationally, 10% of high school students attempted suicide this past year. This is not the time to be cutting counseling positions. One of the goals set by the board over the past 5 years has been to increase the number of counselors to the national recommended ratio and best practices set by American School Counseling Association. Their recommendation is 250 to 1. Currently, we are getting closer and closer to that goal, and we appreciate that. However, this year, when looking at formulas for staffing, the executive leadership team used a formula of 370 to 1. The schools that counseling positions are cut are having not less enrollment. In fact, they're predicting higher enrollment in these schools. We do have 2 high schools in which the principals won their appeals, and we are very grateful as they were able to keep their counselors. We have 1 more high school that we are asking to have that position remain, as the removal of this position will put the caseload closer to 1 counselor for every 400 students. I'm coming to ask that you return to the best practices of counselor ratios, which is 1 to 250 students. Someday we'll look forward to best practices in elementary schools and having a counselor in our elementaries, as most of our suburban schools do. But let's not go backwards, and let's do everything we can to serve our students and help them be able to focus on academics by providing mental health, academic support, and preparation for the future in the 3 E's. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Naomi Medeiros. Naomi, go ahead.
All right. Hello, board members and Superintendent Wright. Thank you for allowing us time to speak with you this evening. My name is Naomi Medeiros. I am the lead school social worker. I am speaking in advocacy of the attendance school social worker position that was created and funded out of Title I. One of our strategic plan's guardrails state the superintendent will not ignore district-wide chronic absenteeism at school sites, paying special attention to family involvement. Well, this requires people. This requires building relationships in the home. Nothing matters if the students are not present. If it is, quote, the board's and superintendent's belief that our most important responsibility is improving outcomes for students, then they must be present and they must be engaged. We have a phenomenal director who has made this work a priority with the creation of our guide meetings, which stands for Guiding and Understanding Attendance Improvement Through Data Exploration. But you have to be there to hear the amazing stories, like the student who had given up, who said, I'm not coming back to school. But Ms. Keisha, an attendant school social worker who went above and beyond to engage this student, and now the student is attending. Why? Well, as the student puts it, because Ms. Keisha kept texting me and calling me and getting on my nerves. I love that. We have weekly, sometimes twice a week, quality improvement meetings and huddles on chronic absenteeism in collaboration with Cincinnati Children's Hospital. We have the support of our director of school improvement. We are on to something. I see it, it's happening. We're doing something no other district is doing. And all I ask is that we figure out a way to keep that position in all of our Title I high schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do we have any other speakers online?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We have Karen Kahn is having technical issues. We have Matthew Gillen. Matthew, please go ahead.
Yes. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your time. As a CPS parent and resident of the city of Cincinnati, I can only imagine the level of stress you all are feeling. So thank you for taking that on and leading the way. I just wanted to, again, reiterate a lot of what has been shared tonight in terms of finding ways to prioritize the mental health of our kids, finding ways to ensure that we are bringing those who are most passionate and most invested in our local community into our schools in partnership with you all and in support of the kids, and finding ways to really drive retention, safety, belonging, and improve ultimately the solution of academics, behavior, and culture every single day in our classrooms. I did send an email to you all late last week that some of you may or may not have had a chance to review. So with my time, I would just like to reiterate that I did send you an email in detail capturing how we can potentially increase and impact our support of our kids day in and day out. and in full acknowledgement of the necessary cuts that you will have to make because of the situation we are in. So again, thank you for your time, and please do review that email that I sent last week. I appreciate it. Thanks again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Matthew. Our next speaker is going to be Karen Kahn. Karen, please go ahead.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Karen Kuhn and I'm the high school counselor at Euler School, as well as one of the lead counselors for the district. As a school counselor, I am saddened at the reduction of some school counselor positions across the district, and on behalf of myself and Brianka Gay, our other lead counselor, would like to reiterate why our role is so important. School counselors complete 5 semesters of specialized training in our master's programs to understand and implement the best practices in supporting students in academic, social, emotional, and post-secondary needs and goals. All of these roles are important, and the district also relies on school counselors to do additional work in various capacities. The American School Counselor Association recommends a ratio of 1 school counselor to every 250 students, or even a lower ratio at our higher needs schools. Unfortunately, the schools who were told they are losing a counselor position received these surpluses based on a 1 to 370 ratio rather than the recommended 1 to 250, which is a far greater load than is possible for counselors to adequately serve. Frankly, our FTEs should not be based simply on enrollment, as the mental health needs of our students are not formulaic. Across the board, our school-based therapists have waiting lists, and some schools have far too few or no mental health counselors at all. School counselors are trained to support students in their mental health needs, and when students cannot be seen by a therapist, we are the next line of defense along with school social workers and psychologists. We know that we have seen a large uptick in mental health concerns and other comorbid factors such as housing insecurity, truancy, community violence, and more since the pandemic. The unique needs of the school population must be considered when determining school counselor numbers. The non-load-bearing graduation counselor role has been enormously helpful to directly support graduation and give grade-level counselors more time to assist students with social emotional health and post-secondary access and exploration, and we look forward to seeing what the impact will be on our school report cards in the coming years. Cutting counselors now, after intentionally adding these specialized positions last year, is counterproductive to the goal of improving student outcomes and increasing our report card ratings. Building administrators understand the importance of school counselors and have appealed the loss of positions in their buildings. We are very grateful for the appeals that were approved, but disappointed that this did not happen across the board. My hope is that going forward, counselor positions will be prioritized and remain in place to best support each student's unique needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers.
So I'm sorry.
Oh,
We've had one
more?
more addition. My
Okay,
apologies.
no problem.
Karen, thank you. Our last speaker online is going to be Oren Kadash. Oren, please go on.
Thank you so much for the time to speak. My name is Oren Kadosh. I'm with the Labor Network for Sustainability and the Cincinnati Education Justice Coalition. The topic I'll address are certain cuts being enacted by the board, which I fear risk setting communities backward when there is every reason and opportunity to instead move forward, to envision, plan, organize, and coordinate with the community and educators transparently and democratically for creative solutions. The 2 biggest costs for school districts generally are, 1, our critical education workforce, our labor, and 2, energy. As the board knows and is now officially committed to by a March 18th board resolution committing to renewable energy and electrification, there are right now massive pools of public funding available to update school facilities, modernize them, make them healthy and free of hazards, and to be powered by cheap renewable energy. And here's the kicker. These publicly funded investments can grow budgets and cover budget shortfalls. Instead of cuts to keep the lights on, so to speak, the administration could be replacing those lights with new energy efficient ones, making good on its March 18th resolution commitment right now, cutting electricity usage in half rather than cutting critical school staff and resources. Instead of making cuts while paying millions of dollars for budget draining, polluting energy that harms our students and teachers' health and our climate, the administration could be instead sourcing renewable energy and saving those millions of dollars to hire more educators, mental health professionals, and critical staff, and paying living wages and benefits. In short, there is incredible and unrealized civic capacity that exists in this community. Union educators, students, parents, and community organizations can and are putting forth visions of sustainable community schools that are regenerative and resilient. The district should be helping to organize this capacity, working toward these healthy and brighter visions of the present and future. Technically, the district has already committed to this vision with its March 18th resolution. Deep cuts are the opposite of that commitment. Making good on it now and stop make good on it now and stop making cuts to our children's futures. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Our next set of speakers, when I call your name, if you could please come on down to the front, is Lisa Hawk, Rainey Watson, Charlie Johnson Shearer, and Jeffrey Sutton, in that order. Lisa Hawk, Rainey Watson, Charlie Johnson Shearer, and Jeffrey Sutton. And I do apologize in advance if I have said your name incorrectly.
Good evening, Superintendent Wright and board members. My name is Lisa Houck, and I am a 32-year veteran teacher at CPS. I've been teaching the past 17 years at Carson Elementary. I'm here this evening to plead with you to change the attendance boundaries for Carson for next school year. We currently have 814 students doing their best to learn in a building that is dangerously overcrowded, whereas our two neighboring schools have approximately 450 students each. Our ELA areas are now small, unsafe classrooms with 30 or more students, many having to climb across windowsills to get to their desk. We have two teachers who teach a small group at a table located in the hallway. This is definitely not best practices for educating our students. With our projected enrollment next year, our computer lab will now become a classroom. And in looking at our trend data, it is also possible that our art and music rooms may need to become classrooms, thus putting those teachers on carts. This sacrifices the authenticity of the curriculum they are able to offer our students. Our building representative, Nicole Ober, has sent multiple presentations about our understaffed and overcrowded building. She has provided the boundaries that will begin to balance the enrollment at our Westside elementary schools. She has done the work. Now we need your support. Please read the presentations and support the changes needed to keep our Westside non-magnet, non-Montessori students safe and offer them the same opportunities that are afforded our other elementary schools. Thank you for your time and support.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all that you do as well. I was just sharing that you were my evaluator. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Rainey Watson. I'm a first grade teacher at Carson Elementary. Been there about 15 years. Just adding to what Lisa Houck said, what Brittany Noble said, the overcrowding of our school is very unsafe for our students. It is believed that that building was built for like 550 students and we're like around 800. So just even trying to get out for a fire drill, that increases your time. As my colleague already said, with our first grade teachers, each of us have about 28 to 30 kids in our room. So even though they're fitting with limited room to move and get up from their seats and get back down and sit back down to their seats. So there are so many different safety reasons why the budget of cutting some of that staff need to be relooked at, especially like with parapros and other staff members, where if your class at a certain rate, you're supposed to have, based on our collective bargaining, a para. Well, we did get some paras added, but I'm not sure if it still will add up to what we started with. If anything, we need more staff because we have more students. So just to say that those budget things that correlate with our number of kids doesn't match up. The math is not mathing. You know, why reduce staff members when we have an increased students and almost more students than some elementaries and even maybe some high schools? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Superintendent and board members. My name is Charlie Johnson Shear, and I am an intervention specialist. I'm the team lead intervention specialist at Carson Elementary. I am here tonight to ask for changes and boundaries. I'm gonna talk a little bit on the special ed aspect of working at Carson. We have an intervention specialist for each grade level at Carson. However, we have nowhere to service our students. We have intervention specialists sharing classrooms where you can't even walk or talk to each other because we're so crowded. We're working out of closets. We're working in hallways. We're working in stairwells. We have one teacher lounge for over 100 staff members, and it doesn't have a sink. You can't use the microwave and the copier at the same time because it'll blow a fuse. We have our copiers in the hallways. We have students who, when they're in a crisis, we have nowhere to go that's private because we have to share spaces, or we don't have ceilings, so you can hear every conversation taking place. We really need space. I don't know if that's modules in the parking lot or redoing the lines. I'm a little nervous, but it's just overcrowded. I love working at Carson. I've been there for 9 years. I've been with the board since 2005, so about 19 years. I really, really want to stay there, but some days I can't even get a parking space. I have to walk 2 blocks because if you're not there by 7:25, you're gonna have to walk. Dismissal can be chaotic because we have so many students, and if we all trying to get out at the same time, it's very difficult. We're just asking, just please consider making some type of change so that our students will have a fair change. Like Mr. Kearney said, we all need a chance. Give us a chance, make a change. Please and thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Hi, I'm Jeff Sutton. I've spoken a couple of times as the LSDMC chair at Frederick Douglass School in Walnut Hills. I'll put a different hat on this evening and say that I'm also a part of the Walnut Hills Historical Society. We like to call it the justly world famous Walnut Hills Historical Society. We work with several of the schools. We work with SCPA. I didn't know they were going to be honored, but we have a cooperative program with a African-American history class, advanced African-American history class there. I also spend a lot of time with Spencer School. Spencer and Douglas are only a block away from each other. We love each other. There's no hard feelings between us. And I take the Spencer kids around on history walks every Wednesday afternoon, weather permitting. And within walking distance of Spencer School, first to say, Spencer School is on the block and in the building that used to be Frederick Douglass School. The new Frederick Douglass School was built in 2008. A school on that block goes back to 1870 when Walnut Hills joined the city of Cincinnati. There were 2 schools. There was a white school and then there was the Walnut Hills Colored School. And Donald Spencer, for example, was a teacher at the Walnut Hills Colored School. Marion Spencer came to Cincinnati to live across the street with her uncle, who ran Mangram's pharmacy. We have this incredible neighborhood. We take people for walks all the time. And I just want to be clear that Evanston is a wonderful neighborhood too. But Evanston is not Walnut Hills.
Thank you so much. Our next set of speakers, Sharice Solomon, Brad Smith, Ryan Shear. We have 2 by Brad Smith. Are you going twice, Brad, or just once? Okay, we're gonna have you go once. And then we have Fanny as well.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Wright. My name is Sharice Solomon. I am a district employee as well as CFOP and Service Committee member. I come to you tonight to speak on behalf of Tamala Paul, who is not here. As follows, greeting board members and Superintendent Wright. My name is Tamala Paul and I am the clerical specialist for the district. I am also a CFOP Executive Council member. I speak on behalf of all CPS clerical team members tonight regarding the CFOP work schedule and overtime. It is now our understanding that overtime hours are not permissible without the express consent or pre-approval of Superintendent Wright. This violates the language of our CBA. Pages 12 and 13, Article 6, hours of work specifically state only the principal, administrator, or designee has the authority to assign overtime. The overtime budget cannot be used for any other purpose than what it has been put in place for. Therefore, we respectfully request, as outlined in our CBA, the principal, administrator, or designee continue to manage and authorize overtime for their schools as needed. As you know, there are many unforeseen circumstances within our school buildings that sometimes require our clerical team members to remain past their scheduled time. A great example of that would be student transportation delays, among other unforeseen emergencies that do arise. In conclusion, I remind you, Ohio law states, an employer shall pay an employee for overtime at a wage rate of 1 1/2 times the employee's wage rate for hours worked in excess of 40 hours in one work week. I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Brad Smith. I'm a teacher. I'm a CFT field rep. I'm a resident of the district and I'm a taxpayer. Here to talk to you more about your administrative bloat. I heard before at a previous board meeting, there's a Rosetta Stone. I would say this document that you're going to share tonight is a Rosetta Stone when it comes to the administrative bloat. I want to talk about the cost of that administrative bloat when it comes to the schools. I also want to point out this document that you're going to see here that claims there aren't teacher cuts are pretty much in direct. They don't really agree with what you actually sent to the schools. These are the most recent staffing sheets after all the appeals. So let's talk about what we see in these budget sheets. The contract for the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers and the Board of Education says that every elementary school should have a median librarian and media specialist. There are 15 schools that after all their unallocated PAM were used, don't have a librarian or media specialist. There are 4 other schools that only have part-time media specialists. As you can see in the document that I gave you, there are 9.8 cuts to PAM teachers in these documents. Again, these are after the appeals. There are 4 cuts to intervention specialists across the district, and there are 3 cuts to our counselors. On top of that, by moving all the APs of culture into the title budget, that is causing a loss of 23 reading and math specialists in our schools. Those folks that actually got us the scores that Mr. Lindy brags about, that's a total of 39.8 FTEs that are being cut from our schools. After that, I just want to point out that these staffing sheets that came out after the appeals, after schools had approved their budgets, here's a list of schools that actually had their budget sheets changed by the district after the schools had actually voted on all of this. So what is all this administrative bloat getting us? It's getting us a bunch of disruption, a lot of delay, and a lot of deflection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Shear. I'm a middle school social studies teacher at the Academy of World Languages, second vice president of CFT, and a taxpayer within the district. I'm here to speak in support of rescinding the contract with Saga Innovations, number 47, under the reductions and eliminations in the board suggestions and recommendations document for this meeting. The terms of this contract require students to be on the computer with an out-of-state tutor during their scheduled class time with their state licensed math teacher. This pulls the students away from the direct instruction prepared specifically for their learning needs by a highly qualified teacher and puts them on a computer with a tutor who, according to Saga's website, is only required to have a high school diploma. Our educators give students immediate feedback on their work, provide an interactive learning environment, give social and emotional support, and provide consistency and accountability for students day after day. These Saga tutors have just become an obstacle to our educators being able to accomplish this lesson after lesson, day after day. In a time where the district needs to save money, I do not see why we would continue spending money on something that is just another obstacle to our educators. We need to trust our educators, give them the support they need, and let them teach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Wright. My name is Fanny Carradine. I'm the CFOP president. I'm here to speak about the budget cuts for the senior support specialist positions at Gamble High School and Withrow. The offices where these 2 CFOP employees work are located at the far end of the buildings. Cutting these employees will leave no one to deal with the students who are attending classes in these areas. I'm asking the board to allow these 2 positions to remain at Withrow and Gamble High School, please and thank you.
Thank you so much. And our last speaker will be Julie Sellers. of CFT.
Good evening, members of the board. This evening, I want to talk about things that I have really pretty much discussed for the last 2 or 3 months. The first thing I want to talk about is the staffing formulas. There were still many, I think, mistakes with the staffing formulas, and all of you who should understand that formulas work, but only partially. You have to have an idea of the school. You have to know the differences with the schools. And there are certain things that a formula will never identify. For one, and I want to make sure that this is emphasized, Carson has been overcrowded for years. I actually took Chris Nems there on a tour before his passing. And at that time, they knew that school, the students were sardined into the building in unsafe situations. They have over 800 students with only one AP. There are elementary schools with 360 students with one AP. How can you have a principal and an assistant principal in a building with 360 and then deny having an additional assistant principal in a building with 800? They say in the projections that they're going to be losing 100 students almost. Well, 20 of them are preschoolers who are going to go to Reese Price. And they say that there's about 40 students who live out of their boundaries that won't be back next year. But I worked in Price Hill right down the street. My school was closed, and that school never should have been closed. And there have been shortages of seats on the west side for years. In some ways, I almost feel like Carson is being sabotaged so that kids can be forced to go to the charter school down the street. And of course, they don't want to go there because they will get an inferior education at that school. So the class sizes or the formulas are not working. It says also there's going to be a presentation this evening, and it said it's going to talk about music, art, and PE positions that were cut. Brad talked about that. But one of the reasons that those numbers were padded for the number of music teachers is because they added all the itinerant band positions, the 0.2s and the 0.25s to every elementary school if they had itinerant band. So it looked like there were more music teacher than what there actually are. I believe that the class size numbers were all maxed out to overloaded limits. That means if one more student shows up, they're going to need another teacher. And how do you do that after the beginning of the year? It's very chaotic. Every single school principal and teacher has been telling me that the cuts to the super subs or building subs, as we call them contractually, were all cut out of every single building. Now, in 2011 and 12, those positions went away, but they quickly realized that they needed them and that it was not working for schools. There are some schools that can get a sub, but the majority of schools cannot get day-to-day subs on a regular basis. You need to have somebody who is going to be there every single day. They know the kids, they know the staff, they know how to use their technology. With these buildings, with the super subs, if you don't have the subs in the buildings, your schools cannot operate safely or efficiently. We put those super subs back into the building in the 2018-19 school year. It was a pilot, it was successful, and I think we even had 10 super subs at West High because that was what we thought they would need, and they were all cut down to like 3. But even 3 is better than 0. Our schools cannot operate without them. When you look at the budget and you see that it's a $4 million savings, it's not. Unless they're planning to not have any subs at all in the buildings, because the difference between a super sub and a daily rate sub is only $25 a day. We could cut 3 or 4 administrators and pay to have the super subs in every single building that we currently have. But yet there's administrators walking around and people question, what is it that they really do? So that is the formulas, I believe, are wrong. And the super subs, that's a contractual position, and we're supposed to be meeting to determine the number for each school, which is being ignored. The summer school, then this evening, you're going to have a whole presentation on summer school staffing guidelines. It talks about buddy schools, but that never included the high schools. Summer of 2020, the high school credit recovery was a cost that was used with ESSER dollars, but it increased the graduation rate of every high school in our district. Summer school 2020 to 2023 attendance rates were higher to improve the academic recovery using the ESSER funds. I understand that we probably don't need as many as what we had before, but I don't know who created this new plan for summer school. I just don't see how it's going to work or help our kids. The costs were high in 2020 to 2023 because teachers, we had to encourage them to work because we wanted as many kids as possible in the schools, and they did get paid more with the ESSER dollars. But if you look at page 3 of that presentation that you're going to have, it is limited to a very limited number of locations. There's no enrichment for students. No elementary lunches will be served, only breakfast, which is probably graham crackers and chocolate milk. Just 15 days of summer school this year, not 20, because they're cutting to the 4 days, which that's probably the real goal, because closing the offices 1 day a week is not going to really save money because everything is already on a timer. So you're going to have the same number of hours in the buildings. So it's 4 days a week for 4 weeks minus Juneteenth, which is only 15 days. How can students make up a full credit in just 15 days? And are they really going to learn to read in 15 days to pass the test? And then on page 8, it talks about planning and prep. The high school teachers will have a 45-minute planning and prep time each day. Elementary teachers for grade 3 will be teaching 3 hours a day with no time for planning or for prep. And we all know that teachers need planning and prep. Yet our contract on page 68, section B, states that any summer school teacher who teaches 3 hours or more will receive 45 minutes of planning and prep time, and they have 0 minutes. I don't know if they just don't want teachers to be prepared, or if they're going to have a curriculum for them that is just out of a box, but those box curriculums really don't do much. And then there is going to be a talk about the general fund budgets and to prove that there is not an administrative bloat. In 2019, it was 57% of the budget was central administration and schools were just 42%. Then in 2023, it was 50% was central administration, 46% was schools and summer school. And 2024, it does say that central administration cut down to 47%, and it's 48% for the schools. Really, should we be 50-50 on between schools operating costs and central operating costs? And there are more teachers. I will be the first to tell you that because we have added counselors, school social workers, and the things that students need in our national standards. And then there was the first appeals for schools, almost everything was denied. And a lot of those a lot of schools did have things added, but no one had their super subs added. Carson didn't get a second AP with 800 kids. And I have another. Randomly, we get responses from teachers and we had a lot of responses recently about the district's budget process. And it's really, eye-opening. I will give a copy to Phyllis and she can give you all a copy. I don't have a way to electronically send this. And so you can just see how much of this process has really had a negative impact on the morale of teachers across the state, elementary through high school. So thank you. I hope that we can move forward, that we are focused on providing services and resources for kids so that they can be successful. I think that we should always stop and ask ourselves, do successful districts do this? Because if they don't, why should our kids be the guinea pigs for some of these things? Our kids deserve the same content, rich instruction that the suburban kids have. So thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public hearing.
Thank you, Vice President. I appreciate it. And thanks to all that participated this evening. It's very helpful and meaningful for us. We're going to move on to our next item on the agenda, and we'll be asking Chairman Morawski to lead us in that effort. I do want to make one comment based upon Senator Kearney's presentation. Very few people in contemporary Ohio did more for public education and economic and social and political gaps than CJ Prentice. It's why it's so important for us to have efforts every day in Columbus. Those people that may not like our kids, there's always a few, God bless them, that do care about our kids in urban Ohio, and CJ Prentice was one of them, and in every way possible. What a leader. And I didn't know the part about her guiding you into the Senate. So now I really appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Kearney, for sharing with CJ Prentice. I think there should be any number of things named for that woman. Appreciate what you said. And we unfortunately have someone else to commemorate tonight. And Chairman Morawski, would you please share what you have to share with us?
I would. Thanks, President Bolton. And in a rare moment, I'm going to read all of this. It's fairly short, and then if I may say some things after we get a second. But I'm presenting and moving for adoption a resolution honoring Bridget Kelly. Whereas the Cincinnati Public Schools Board of Education mourns the recent passing of Bridget Kelly, a lifelong public servant and valued member of the Cincinnati community. And whereas Ms. Kelly was most recently served as the Hamilton County Auditor, performing her duties with great integrity and care. And whereas Ms. Kelly was elected to the Ohio House of Representatives in 2016, where she advocated for common sense gun laws, affordable health care, and workers' rights. And whereas Ms. Kelly was born and raised in Norwood, Ohio, and served on the Norwood City Council. And whereas Ms. Kelly was cherished and recognized by all for her care, kindness, and for wearing the color green, which she incorporated into her everyday life and was renowned for. Now therefore be it resolved that the Cincinnati Board of Education honors the life and service of Bridget Kelly and extends its deepest condolences to her family. And I present this resolution and hope for adoption.
Thank you, Chairman Morawski. Before we have our personal reflections, is there a second so that we can have an official discussion section?
Second.
We have 2 seconds. All right. Discussion.
Thank you, President Bolton. Thank you to our general counsel for getting this drafted up. When I shot you a note, I know a lot of elected people in this state because of my real job, and certainly because of this job. And I've known Bridget for a couple decades, and she was extraordinarily unique. And the thing about her, when I was talking to her parents, that I think is of note, is that unlike a lot of people who pass away, we then romanticize in their death. Everybody knew how special Bridget was when she was alive. I remember pulling me aside at a party once and saying, hey, that period tax thing I've been working on? I'm like, yeah, how's that going up there with those wackos? And she's like, well, I think we're going to get Tom Brinkman's going to co-sponsor with me. I'm like, how the hell did you get Tom Brinkman? And she always gave me hope that those kind of unlikely coalitions were possible. I've gotten better at it. Some of you know me for a long time. I haven't always been really good at it, but I've gotten a lot better at it. And just personally, you know, she was the first person who, back when nobody really cared, you know, what I thought about anything, not that people do now. But her organization, she ran the Teamster SCI UFCW PAC. And endorsed me many moons ago for another elected office. So it was like the 8 Democrats and me, to much consternation of the machine of the Democratic Party. But Bridget said, I could care less. This guy knows what he's talking about. She's always had my back. I always had hers. She's the only person alive, including my family, who I ever let run over 13.1 miles with me, because that's my special private time. As President Lindy knows, they're like, hey, can we talk in your own? I'm like, that's my time. But Bridget, I could spend hours with, and you know, I won't belabor the point. But thanks for the time, President Bolton. I do think it's noteworthy, though, that when my friend Diana and I showed up at her visitation at like 3:15, it was at 4, and there was a line around the block. The first people in line, and I kid you not, were Willie Cunningham, Joe Dieters, and me. And we didn't talk to each other. We smiled at each other. Apparently, they talked about me on WLW the next day in a nice way, in the same way I'm talking about it now. That doesn't say the type of person she was. That Willie Cunningham and me were the first people in line. You know, I don't know if there's a better testimony to the type of person she was.
Thank you, Chairman Morossi, Vice President Weinberg, and we'll go around the horn too.
Yes, I just want to give a couple of just accolades for Bridget. She was an amazing person. It was an amazing experience to be at her funeral and to see all of the individuals that came out. I stood in line for over an hour and 15 minutes, but it was worth the wait to be able to just share in her celebration of her life. She was one of the first individuals to call me when I decided to run for school board, and just giving me some encouraging words and just letting me know that I could do it. So it was a pleasure and it was an honor to be able to be in attendance for her memorial and for her funeral.
Madam Vice President, other comments? Mr. Lindy.
Thanks, President Bolton. Many of you know this. I'm not sure that everybody does, but the first time that I ran for elected office, I made the boneheaded mistake of running against Bridget Kelly in the Democratic primary. And I learned a lot in that race. And I'll say that after that race was over, I think that there are a lot of different ways Bridget could have treated me. And one of the things that I think I'm incredibly grateful for and speaks to who she was the integrity and kindness with which she treated me ever afterwards. And I learned a great deal from her. I will personally and professionally miss her. And I'm grateful that we have a chance to pass something tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Dr. Moffett.
So I will try hard not to repeat my appreciation, but I do sincerely appreciate the love and the kindness that she shared as I ran for office. I will add that I got to the visitation line and waited over an hour, and to speak to the type of person she was, I sat in that line with Representative Denson, and the whole group of us were talking about great things about Bridget and about the things that she had done. And as we met people, each of us had a nice little story to share. I actually saw former board member Jones and on my way out, and it was just a great opportunity to share good stories about a great person and all the good that she had done. So I'm happy to support this resolution. Thank you, Board Member Morris.
Other comments? Mr. Craig, Chairman Craig.
Yeah, I'll keep it short because I think a lot of folks have already said a lot of the positives. I think one of the things that is remarkable sometimes is that we sometimes forget that folks do this work with a passion for getting it done correctly. And so, you know, I actually had sent an email to Bridget like maybe a week before she had stepped down, and I didn't realize that was what was in the steps in the process, and she still responded. And like, to work all the way up to the day is a thing that not a lot of folks do, no matter what. And that just shows her passion for being a public servant. It shows her passion for making sure that things are done correctly and that things are left in good hands when she had to step away. And to realize that is a different model than most people in public service. To be quite honest, most people do not go into public service thinking about the public. They go into public service thinking about themselves. And I think that is the trait that I carry with me is that her dedication was not to her, but her dedication was to all of us. So I appreciate that in her passing.
Member Mapp.
Yes, thank you. So while I did not know Bridget formally, I do know that her name and just her work resounded throughout our community. And so I'm just so grateful for just the opportunity to know that she just showed up as an advocate, as a leader, and just as a servant to our community. And I extend my deepest condolences to her family. And I am also definitely in support of the resolution. So thank you.
Thank you all for the comments. The last couple that I would celebrate particularly is that when Bridget was a state representative, whatever school, ours or charter or parochial or private, whatever school had an event, she was there. So she focused heavily on all the children, regardless of which school systems they went to. I just really had a wonderful memory of with Mayor Smith of Silverton and Bridget for a big event that happened out at Silverton, and she just thoroughly enjoyed it. And I appreciate it. I'm also going to say a little partisan thing here, and a number of generations. Her uncle, Jim, was an administrator when I was county recorder. And more particularly, she represented multiple generations of service in that family. And as a person that used to be on Mount Healthy City Council, I can tell you, small city politics, I'll tell you, the big city has nothing over small city politics. And I'll tell you, the Kellys, they understood Norwood and they ran, and she was a kid when she first got elected. Absolutely a kid. So not only was she a supporter of young people taking charge and also continuing a family tradition, she was very partisan until there was work to be done. She was proud to be a Democrat. She was proud to hold that seat for Hamilton County in the auditor's office. And more particularly, whenever there needed to be work, she didn't see the aisle. She worked across the aisle to get what was best. And it's somehow losing both CJ Prentice, losing Bridget, it also kind of represents, even though there's almost a generation difference between them, it does represent an overall historical place that women now are in, which is positions of power and using it for good purpose. So for Bridget and CJ, I hope wherever there's a caucus, I hope they're able to share some time together. Thank you all, and we're able, I think, to vote. If we can get one more word out each, please give us a vote.
Mr. Craig?
Yes.
Mr. Lindy?
Yes.
Ms. Mapp?
Yes.
Dr. Moffitt?
Yes.
Mr. Morosky?
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg?
Yes.
President Bolton?
Yes. Thank you all, and thanks administration for putting that together, and thanks for the great representation at the services. Tonight's presentation will be from both our superintendent and our treasurer, and then the board will also have some discussion items as part of the presentations as well. But at this moment, superintendent, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Bolton. So we will start tonight with our strategic plan update. So that's our first one for this evening. And this is just really to provide a board an update on status for where we are in monitoring the progress of our strategic plan. Next slide, please. So the path to implementation, bringing the strategic plan to life. So this captures for us just the process that we've used up until this time to really organize our strategic plan after looking at our overall goals and guardrails. And where we are currently, and we're on the The last piece, so we started with the 100-day plan, we moved to the goals, adopted goals and guardrails, and then we developed strategies and actions. The mission, vision, and forecast was approved, and then we started the launch of the strategic plan implementation team. The teams are collaborative and positioned to recommend timely adjustments based on the analysis of data and feedback from the field. So this is an ongoing process. Our teams do meet monthly. Next slide. So successful implementation requires both technical and adaptive changes. So if we think about, we want to discover how the right story told at the right time has the power to persuade, promote empathy, and provoke action. So this goes from our panorama information to psychological safety and thinking about what needs to happen for there to be effective teaming, and to build community strategic plan implementation leaders use the model outlined in a book written by Annette Simmons. So that just gives you some context for what we looked at and how we think about the power to persuade, promote empathy, and provoke action. Vision stories build a new future in people's imaginations. If you can't see it, then you can't build it. And we do have a note at the bottom that just gives a little more information about Annette Simmons. So using this models, leaders shared inspiring stories illustrating the hard, i.e. technical, and heart, adaptive part of our work. Next slide. Effective implementation also requires a strong team. So strong team implementation can mean the difference between improvement efforts that remain a priority and get refined through difficulty, and the ones that fade away when challenges arise. So as we think about our plan, we think through the role, responsibility, and the meeting cadence. So responsible, this person has the full implementation. If they're responsible for making sure that the full implementation is accomplished. The little r responsible, they're responsible for department implementation. Accountable for making decisions and ensuring tasks meet all required standards. Consulted means they're not necessarily required to be involved. However, they are consulted about the work to offer their expertise and their feedback. And informed, and the I, of course, is for informed of the overall progress. So as we think about each member that's on that team, just the way that we work through that work, for both responsible, it's a standing member and they attend all of the update sessions. For the accountable, they attend when there's a specific strategy or action to be discussed. The consultant doesn't attend due to the nature of their role, but they can still give feedback and expertise. And the informed, it's up to them whether or not they attend. They're invited, but their attendance is their choice. Next slide. Next chapters of implementation, strategic plan updates and progress. So at the bottom of the screen, when leaders ask for help to share something they're curious about, they make it possible for others to do the same. So March through June will be informative and collaborative. During our small group sessions, leaders will share progress toward achieving the leading indicators, outline current and future budget implications, troubleshoot roadblocks, and explore new ideas and learn from others. So I gave 2 samples of just what the strategic plan action updates look like. Rob, if we can click just one of those for now. Okay, so if you can make it a little bit larger. All right, thank you. Thank you. So this takes us through the action 1.1 is under evidence-based frameworks. And then it takes us through actually how we're monitoring and doing the updates from there. So for example, we see the information, CPS will develop and implement a uniform multi-tiered system of support, MTSS, that addresses students' needs academically, socially, and emotionally. The uniform framework will empower students to actively engage in Tier 1 instruction in the general education classroom while providing Tier 2 and Tier 3 intervention as needed. And so as we go through, I will not go through each individual bullet there, but it allows you to see how we're doing the update. So what will be done during the year 1, because we know that this is a process. So what's being done during year 1? For this one, we are looking at the focus on the Tier 1 instruction, the completion of our written MTSS framework, focus groups, cross-departmental, District 1 planning process, and our cross-departmental steering committee. If we scroll down, you're also able to click in and also see the executive summary that goes along with this, but it allows us to continue to monitor. And then if you'll go further, we then begin to look at this is where we are now. but what do we expect to expand into year 2 so that we're able to then see the progression? And so we have the list of information that will go along with that. Further down. At the bottom, and this is, and we'll see this in just a moment, but for our leading, each of our leading indicators, as we are looking at all of those indicators rolling up into our goals and guardrails, or for this one up into our goals, the leading indicators are the individual things that we're looking at in terms of moving performance forward in that particular area. And so for each of these, in just a moment, I'll also be able to share the dashboard that we use to allow us to track whether or not we are on track, whether we're off track, and how many of those indicators are on track or off track as we think across the district with the work that's being done, and specifically what measure is being used. If we'll come out of this one, and this one was on MTSS. Let's do the one on equitable experiences, 1.2. This one is a little bit different as it's not talking about academics specifically. So I wanted to make sure that this just gives you an idea of how we monitor this at how we're looking at this at each level for the goals and guardrails. So for this one specifically, if we're starting with athletics, all students will have multiple opportunities designed based on student interest for a quality experience in athletics, arts, leadership, and/or clubs each year, and kind of very much the same kind of information. What will be done during this year? How are we monitoring that? In many of the areas we're identifying baseline information, and what will the focus be as we move forward? So if we'll scroll down. And then what will we add into next year? And if you'll notice, we have add X to Y simply because we do need to move through this year that will form the baseline for next year that would allow us to keep moving forward. Just as with the others, we have information here that will allow us to determine and monitor on track versus off. Okay, back to the presentation. Next slide. So the connection to one plan, as collaborative efforts are underway to develop the Ed Steps One Plan required by the Department of Education and Workforce. DO requires Ohio school districts to create a 3-year plan, which is strategically aligned to funding and resources and focused on improving outcomes for all children. We're in a great position because of our board-approved strategic plan that takes us from 23 to 27 to truly align and continue to be a model for that work in the state. The goals, guardrails, strategies, and actions in our strategic plan ensure that there is truly one plan that guides our improvement efforts. So as we are thinking about our strategic plan, the alignment was done between the strategic plan and the strategies and initiatives that are part of the one plan. So again, schools aren't focused on this area in this space and this area somewhere else. It actually becomes one plan that becomes our area of focus as we collectively look at student outcomes. So our strategic plan goals and guardrails dashboard. Interestingly enough, as we think about it, the table below summarizes the number of goals, guardrails, and leading indicators that are meeting the established success criteria as of the latest board update on 3/13. So that was when this was prepared for us, even though we know today is the 8th. So a couple of things to call out is that we see the percentages that are establishing a target. So from our goals, we had 2 of those, about 10%, our interim guardrails, our strategic plan leading indicators, many of them, because they were the first time that those things were focused on, we were establishing a target for those. The next one, when we think about on target, and this is really exciting because for our board approved goals, and we know our interim guardrails are decided by administration, but our board approved goals and our interim guardrails, 90% of them are on track. Our guardrail interims, 73% of them are on track. And the strategic plan leading indicators, 21% of them are also on track. The one area, and I'm sure that my CFT president will really pay attention when I say this part, the one thing that is off track right now for us, the one indicator that is off track, making sure that we are timely with budget and that we are in alignment with what is in CBA, and the focus of that is a part of our strategic plan. The date, I think that our projected date that we were trying to get all of that information out was January the 15th. That is the one indicator right now that is not on target for us. So as we move forward, we do want to keep those things front and center because the goal is to make sure that all of our areas are on track. If we will click here so that we actually just see the dashboard. And this collectively helps us to drive our work. So we have our strategic plan, our goals and guardrails. We're looking at where we are in terms of the updates. And from there, you're able to see where we are in terms of what's on track specifically, what's off track, and what goes along with that. Next slide. I think that was the last one, so I'll stop here and see if I have any questions, comments, or comments.
Members, questions or comments? Appreciate the idea of how to monitor this. I think that's great. Questions, sir?
I don't have a question. I just will say, I think it's good for us to be putting together systems so that we can make sure that we're able to keep track of things. I think one of the things that was very difficult about some of our past strategic plans is that there were very great thoughts involved. There was a lot of great energy involved in those. There wasn't always a way for us to know whether or not we were accomplishing those things, especially as we had a major thing that interfered with our ability to accomplish many of them, called COVID. The ability to kind of monitor and rethink and reimagine some of those things as we go along is helpful. So I appreciate the effort that all of the folks are doing to make sure that that works. And I did see the appendix at the very end that also lists out each person who's responsible, so that it also puts a name.
I do want to make sure that I show that one. If you'll go to the next slide. Thank you for bringing that up, Board Member Craig. So in the appendix, if we'll go to the next slide, these give for each of the areas, it lets us know who the individuals are that are on the team that are responsible for these areas. And then once a month as a part of our actually, our first one will be this month, but once a month as a part of our joint executive leadership team and senior leader meeting, we'll also do an update to that entire team as well, so that you're getting more of the cross collaboration and cross-level updates, because we do want to make sure that this moves along and everyone is aware of what it is. So thank you for acknowledging that.
Chairman Craig, other comments? All right, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
It's okay, no problem. I really just wanted to share some gratitude for the process and the clarity of all of this. I think it is quite remarkable to have a clear set of most important student outcomes for the whole district. I credit my colleagues up here and the administration working through that process back some years ago. And to have a regular reporting process, which we're doing once a month as a board. So we're getting regular visibility into whether we're on or off track. All that is fabulous. And then to take that to the next level with a real plan for how we're going to get there. And there's so many pieces of this that I think look so easy when they're done, but the process of getting to that level of clarity and alignment is just an enormous amount of work. And it ranges from having such clear understanding of what progress is going to mean, and then also who's in charge and responsible of that, and then some way of creating visibility within teams and across teams and at a board level and for your team on how we're doing on all of those pieces. It's really just outstanding. And I think it speaks well of both what's been done and where we can go next. And so I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Superintendent?
Sure. I think the next step question that I would have would be how often the board would like one of these particular updates, or would you like us to propose how often we would do an update in terms of kind of where we are with progress? There are some of them that go along with the normal cadence because we are having our updates monthly on goals and guardrails, but this allows us to see it in one place. So I can provide some options to the president to kind of determine where we discuss that part in terms of how often we're doing that. I think the second question that I would like some feedback on from the board, if you will go back to the dashboard, on this slide, if you'll click into the dashboard, some of the conversation that we had internally was around the feasibility of this kind of information being community facing. whether or not this is, there were a few schools of thought as we started having this conversation. And for some, looking at this information would be overwhelming. For others, it would give them more information about how we're moving forward. So there was some conversation as to whether or not we thought that this would be something that we could give access to on our website, or if we would just do the slide before that, that as of a day certain, it shares based on our goals and guardrails where we are in terms of on track, establishing the target, on track or off track. So I would just like to hear some feedback from the board in terms of that, if there is any, or we can table it for a discussion at one of our upcoming CAL meetings.
Sure, as a follow-up, board members have any particular interest to begin with in the early conversation? Dr. Moffett?
Sure. I think that all of this is the public's work. So my preference would be that we maybe post both on track and this particular accountability sheet, because this really all belongs to the community. I do have a question for you regarding one of the chiefs. Where's Dr. Smith on accountability, slide 10? Is she not on there?
I'm not sure if she's not listed. She was just, which group are you on, Smith?
I didn't see her on there with regard to schools. So I just wanted to see if I missed it.
Which one? You're a little R. Which one? Which one of them? So the little R's aren't listed on this document. The big R is listed.
Okay. So once it's updated, I would think that both the communities should see both on track and this.
Thank you.
Other reactions, comments? Mr. Lindy?
Thanks, President Bolden. Now, I'm in no way tied to this, but I was going to wonder about like a quarterly update for the board. I think like to do it too often, I think just creates work that gets in the way, but only twice a year doesn't feel like quite enough. But if people have different perspectives, this is not something that I feel incredibly strongly about.
Well, I think everybody should take a picture. Mr. Lindy and I agree that we should be quarterly. We do. And we're just part of the entertainment for the media, I think. The reality for me would be too, is we're looking later on the agenda when we talk about trying to develop the work plan for the student achievement district performance. That might be part of that too. But I think quarterly does start to make sense.
I think the last thing that thank you, President Bolton. I think the last thing that I will call out here is, as you begin to look at the initiatives, I really want to make sure that we connect the fact that as we've been giving recommendations around the budget and closing the gap, those recommendations have been done with the opportunity to still align with achieving the strategic plan. And so in terms of thinking about where we go next and how we get those things done, as a part of our work has been around making sure that as we're making those recommendations, it still allows us to move forward with the charge that you've given me around expectations for our goals and guardrails.
If I could just add one thing that was always the bugaboo about our previous strategic plan. One of the bugaboos was, very frankly, whether or not, or were we figuring out how much it costs, each of the things. So I think there needs to kind of be an attempt to bring that to some sort of clarity as well. I don't know how to do that. I'm just saying that was one of the few criticisms of the previous strategic plan that I think would be great to overcome.
We started last year actually aligning as a part of the work with the treasurer's team through our budgeting system that we use. We started aligning the work that we were doing with one of those 5 areas from the strategic plan, so that it would then allow us to go back and say and be able to pull the information. I think we shared it in the early stages last year. This year it'll allow us to even become more refined with that because we have more of the connection to what we're doing around the plan. So it's a work in progress. It started last year. The treasurer's team really set it up so that as we were selecting what we were doing in budget, we were connecting it to one of those areas for our strategic plan as well, where appropriate.
Thank you. Chairman Craig?
Just a question for actually you, President Bolden, is is there an expectation, because I know the last time with the strategic plan, it went into the work plan for each of the different committees as part of the connection to the strategic plan. And so I didn't know if there's an expectation of each of the committees to be able to connect up, again, with some of the work already being stuff that we were already working through, and now the actual leading indicators might have specific connections to committees. So that might be a difference in how often it's reported, maybe where it gets reported as well, or.
Oh, I think that's excellent. I think that's excellent because that's how I think finance started to become so involved with the growth part of the previous strategic plan. So that makes great sense, that it also organizes the committee's work as well as full board work. Excellent. Yeah. And let's be thinking about that as well as the Student Achievement District plan. Other questions, comments, Madam Vice President?
Yes, I would just like to add for a comment that I would agree also with the quarterly. That's fine.
Any other comments, questions? Continue, Superintendent?
I think the next one was the treasurer.
Okay, just, I didn't know if that was, you were stopping for the questions or get anything you wanted to finally say. Okay. Madam Treasurer, you have a document and some information to share with us tonight. Oh, Lord, she's got the big paper out, folks.
Good evening.
That's for my benefit, folks, because I can't read the small stuff.
So for several meetings, some of our colleagues have come to the podium talking about the increase in administrative positions. And they're referring from the back of the what we used to call the CAFR, but it's now called the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. There's a statistical section in the back. So I put together a presentation for the all employee job codes instead of just the administrative ones. So if you'll flip for me. Just go back. Wrong presentation. It's the thank you. I was like, what?
Madam Treasurer, is this the big one? Is this just one sheet? Oh. Of the big one? Here's the first.
This is the budget. Did they only give you one sheet?
There was a big stack of this.
Yeah, let me see. Sorry to yank this out of your hand. Yeah, yes, this is just one. Yes, this is just one sheet.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead, flip. Thank you. Okay, so in doing this analysis, I was trying to reconcile the increases from pre-COVID to now. And so there are some caveats to think about. One is the reporting definitions changed during the time frame of this chart. For example, in 2019, they started with these new categories called consultant supervisors of instruction, instructional administrators, and non-instructional administrators, where I think before it was all in other administrators. Then I found where this data only represents filled positions because they're reporting it through EMIS, and it comes from the EMIS. So we only report to EMIS our active employees, right? And so this is not a reflection on budgetary increases. So just keep that in mind because you're going to see some weird data as we go forward due to vacancies. There was also a turnover on the internal team that did the data. So some of the decisions that were made about what position to put in what category, like for example, a position, should I put it in consultants and supervisors of instruction or an instructional administrator? And so sometimes that decision was a little bit different. So I found the same position in different categories across the years. Title changes through reorganizations or promotion made it really hard to determine whether something was a new position or not. And then also just the overall turnover over the years made it a little bit difficult. So just keep these things in mind as we go through the data. So next slide. So keeping in mind that the majority of our school-based positions are driven by enrollment because they're formulaic. And if our enrollment goes up, then the number of positions that serve those students have to go up. So since 2014, our enrollment has grown by 2,500 students. Next slide. And because of that growth, since 2014, we opened 11 schools. 4 of them were Rising Stars Academies for preschool only, which is where we've seen a lot of growth. Carthage, Leap, Spencer, Cairns, Gamble Montessori Elementary, Lighthouse, and the Digital Academy. And then we opened Bramble in 24, so that's not part of this data. In addition to that, we were implementing the prior strategic plan where we had some heavy investments in the social emotional positions that we were referring to earlier. There's school social workers, guidance counselors, psychologists, security, because remember what happened in the national press several years ago. Numbers of teachers had gone up because of enrollment, and big investment in reading and math specialists and ELL staff. And then non-school administrators, increase of 37. So since 2019, that increase of all the staff cost the district about $37 million, $38 million. That includes benefits. And typically the general fund represents about 84% of that. Some of those are in grant funds. Next slide. So it was impossible to put this document that they have in front of them, and we have extra copies for people up on the screen and have it make sense to anybody. So I did everything in graphs. So these are the positions that I can't see that part. These are the positions that I call the social emotional staff. So it's the guidance counselors, the social workers, the psychologists, the therapists, and then what's called other professionals. I can't really explain the dark blue, other professional, other than we took over the years in 2019, when they started adding those other categories, people were taking out of other professional and being put into those other categories. It doesn't make a bit of difference unless it changes the supervisory and then the classroom support, or they go into, we had one group of employees, they were the network managers. Last year, 2 years ago, they were in technical under operating category, and now they're in non-instructional administrators. So stuff like that made this difficult. But since 2014, we've added 21 therapists, 31 psychs, 61 school social workers, and 50 counselors. And then I just gave you a list of what other professionals were in the 2023 data. So the 504 coordinator, audiologists, LPNs, school nurses, school committee coordinators. So you can see on the yellow and the orange lines, they've shown increases. So that shows our strategic investments. Next slide. Under instructional support and supervision, the top blue line were the classroom teachers. And I just showed you the increase from 2014, 2019 was 408 teachers. And these are just classroom teachers with the job code, an EMIS job code that dictates that they're a classroom teacher, whether they're a load bearing or not. And then since 2019 to 2023, we added 139 more for a total of 547. The other line items, teacher support, those are the reading and math specialists. We've added 129 since 2019 up to 23, excuse me. And the other lines stayed relatively flat. Next slide. So I used to publish this data all the time with our budgets, and I always find it fascinating. And usually Julie asks me for a copy of it. So this is the CFT membership by the step that they're on in the salary schedule. So you can see we have a big blip in year 10, and then you can see how it plays out. And then I'm just giving you that we have 2,884, 191 day teachers, 21 librarians. This was in the 24 data. And that 49% of the total is above step 11 or above. And then I found it interesting because I was actually preparing a presentation for the CFT president on how we do the average salaries. And I noticed that in 15, the average salary was 64 for a classroom teacher, and it's now up to 81. And I'm not pointing that out as a criticism or a judgment call. It's just that they represent a very large portion of our employees. So that's also a reason why our budget pressures are going up. Next slide. Out of the supervisory section of the CAFR table, I pulled out just the principals and the APs. And so you can see there's an increase, of course, if we open a school, we have to put a principal out there. And then the increase in APs, that big blip in the middle was when we did the Washington University study, I believe, and they recommended that we create assistant principals of instructions. They then got converted to the DSLs in a later year. So they jumped from an AP into an administrative position. Next slide. This represents the operations grouping. And this is where the filled versus budgeted comes into play. You can see it because that orange line that's got a huge dip downward, and those are food services. And I know we haven't reduced food service employees. So I think it's just because there's a really high rate of vacancies. In this position, this data gets pulled in August in the summer when those food service people are maybe not coming back to work or they've left or whatever. Okay. Also, the bottom line, the light blue line, is where you can, the issue where somebody made a decision to change the network managers from technical people into administrators, because they are administrators, non-instructional administrators. So they're actually jumping categories. So it makes a supervisory category look bigger. Next slide. So this was the one they had the most difficulty in, because this is the one where they added the new categories. And so you can see the orange line that drops, but then the light blue line, they kind of offset each other. So there was a bunch of recoding there. If you flip to the next, I switched everything into a bar chart to make it easier. So if you flip, thank you. So, so you can see there was a big drop from 2014 to 2015. That was another coding change. The lunchroom managers were in other administrators, and then the next year they put them in food service. That's in the operational section. So from 2014 up to COVID, we'd added one position in this area, given that there was these recodings, right? So there was some drops and some adds. It was a net of one. From 2019 to 2023, we added 37 positions that cost about 2.8 million in today's dollars. Next slide. So I attempted to make a list of all the new administrative positions. It was a lot of work because of the change in titles and the reorganizations. But I won't read these to you. You can read them at your leisure. It's more than 37 positions because there were some that went away or they were repurposed. I will point out the asterisk means that they've already been removed in the 2024 budget. Okay, next slide. That was it. So any questions?
Probably 100 of them as we can absorb all of this. Some beginning questions from anybody to begin? It's a tremendous amount of data and information to take into consideration. Jen, what would be some of your analysis while we try to figure out some questions for you?
Well, just to remind, we opened 12 schools, so our enrollment was pre-COVID was going up by 300 to 400 students per year. And so we kept adding schools back, right? So that's going to drive an increase in teaching principals, assistant principals. Also, the huge commitment the district made in getting the school social workers and the counselors, moving them towards the national standard. I looked at some early data on the counselor ratio earlier in this process, so I'll have to ask for an update on it. But I think we were at like 230 to 1 on counselor ratios in the 25 budget. So I think the adding the counselors of graduation, thank you, helped get us there. And so that helps a lot. But there's no doubt there was 37 central administrative positions that have been added since pre-COVID as part of strategies on from the strategic plan and to get the district moving on its recovery from COVID.
I think, Jen, one, this is a lot of information to be putting together, and I think it's a tremendous amount of work that your team and the folks have done to get this together. I think one of the things that this actually does trigger my head, though, is that this also goes back to why there at some point, and maybe not today, maybe not right now, but a review of positions to really identify what are those roles and titles and where do they belong? Because I think one of the things I kept hearing you say as you went through is that one year this position is here, the next year we move it over here. And when we don't keep that level of consistency, it makes it very hard to later go back and determine, one, what does that position do? But two, is that position reporting into the right lines? Is the position doing the right work? Are we having, I know that's one of the things we've talked about with regards to some of the positions that we've been looking at in even this budget cycle is at one school, this position does one thing, at another school, this position does something different. And even understanding what is the right role or right responsibility to where this should report, where this stands, it makes it very difficult to then figure out whether or not we have a adequate amount of, or whether or not we should be doing more investment in, because it feels like every couple of years, right, some of those things change. And so I think it's just a helpful thing to think about as we look at roles and responsibilities and what are those jobs that we want to make sure we're putting in the right category to be considered as we go through future budget discussions as well.
May I respond?
Sure.
So, thank you for reminding, you reminded me something I wanted to say earlier. So in the, CAFR table or the I cannot change my words. I've been using CAFR for 20 years. ACFR, because it's alphabetical.
Just call it the CAFR.
Okay, thank you. There's a line for executive. That does not mean it's the ELT. Okay, so in the 23 data, it's the ELT members in addition to the chief audit executive, the assistant general counsel, but not the assistant treasurer who actually goes to the ELT meeting. So there is, we decided we were going to form a team, go back through all those logic and document them so that they can be used consistently. And then go from there.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Dr. Moffett?
So, Board Member Craig kind of touched on my question a little bit about alignment, and I have multiple questions. So that's the first one. I understand it can be difficult with regard to titles and positions, but I do think that we have kind of a responsibility, which you've already begun to make that alignment ourselves. If the title is saying this, but it doesn't really align with the description, I think that there needs to be some consistency there. And I think maybe it doesn't, but to me, that falls within the team of superintendent and treasurer. There needs to be some consistency there that I think you're beginning to work on. But I faced this challenge when we were talking last year about eliminating some positions, and we kept calling it one thing, but it should have been called something else. And I think that, to have some consistency there around what the position is, what it does, and what it has historically been called and what it is currently called, maybe needs to happen a little bit more for me and possibly for the public as well. And I think that that's a charge you all need to do. Can you tell me what the state standard is for the counselor ratio? I remember there was some sort of legislation around the number of counselors for students. Like there was a state standard. I don't remember some sort of legislation. What is that number?
I knew it at one time because we compared the district to the state to the national. It's somewhere in between where the district and the national was. So we went for the national because it was a better standard to go to. I don't remember the number off the top of my head. 350. I don't, Julie, do you know? 350 is national. So then it was something higher than 350, I think.
So it's, just to clarify so that I'm clear, it's one counselor for 350 students. Is that what we're doing? We're aiming
for high school. And the data that I quoted earlier, I was using 712. So because I just took the raw number of counselors by school and the 712 enrollment and simple math. So the average was about 220, 230, but that was earlier in the staffing process. We need to update it.
And are we counting something other than the word counselor as a counselor position, or are they only our counselors?
No, it's just counselors and the counselors for graduation.
So the counselors for graduation count as a counselor?
Yes, they're actually counselors, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify. I got a couple more questions. Can you put the last slide back up there and leave it there for me, please? And you said that there were 37 additional positions since 2019?
What'd you say? Oh, sorry. Yeah, so there was an increase over a net increase. So there might have been more adds and subtracts, but this is the best I could identify.
And do you know about how many of those were ESSER funded? Or added as a direct result of ESSER? Like, can we
Two.
estimate that versus the new administration? I'm getting at the, well, I just want to know.
I think it's just 2.
Okay. Can you leave that there, please? Thank you.
What's that?
Just leave that slide there, please.
Oh,
I have
sure.
another question about it. I'm done for now.
Superintendent want to respond to her
Sure.
first comment. Is that okay?
Superintendent, and then we'll go to Mr. Lindy.
Great, thank you. So the National Counseling Association recommends 250 to 1. However, as of the 22-23 school year, the national average was 385. So the recommendation from the National Counseling Association for high school counselors is 250 to 1, but the national average was actually 385.
Was there some state legislation in Ohio specifically around counselors? For some reason, like a couple years ago, I remember there being something around specifically for Ohio, but I don't remember any. Mike, do you remember? No,
I don't remember.
I would defer to the superintendent, but what that triggered in me was, I don't know if you're talking about the mental health dollars that came available that are now have their own department, but that was a few years ago, but I don't know if that's what.
I don't know that. Let me check. Let me research in
got some
terms
of
of that. I know last year when we started looking at where we were with counselors, we realized that with the additional counselors, because of the work that the district had done for so many years, that the addition of those last set of counselors actually put us in alignment with the national average. So I can't say that we really spent a lot of time looking at the state average, because where we are right now, it's not the norm for us to be in alignment in an urban school district with the national average gets to be pretty impressive. So we will double check. Yes, that's correct. 250 to 1. That's right.
That's Ohio.
Oh, that's Ohio. Yeah.
Yeah, so I just Googled
Madam
it and it said 250 to 1.
I thought there was something specific around Ohio.
I don't think that's the requirement though. That was just the average. That wasn't a requirement.
Mr. Lindy?
Thanks, President Bolton. I wanted to thank the treasurer for the information. And I think my question for Jen was going to be, just given how much is here, what were you hoping would be like the 2 or 3 most important things we'd take away from it as it relates to the budgeting process?
All I was trying to do is just share the complete data instead of sound bites of individual positions or categories that people were complaining about. So the holistic data.
I appreciate that. Can I just try to make sure I'm tracking some of the things that come through the holistic data? So one of the things we hear is about increase of administrative positions relative to increase in teaching positions. And so if I'm reading this correctly, you have this column that says if you compare 2014 to 2023, there have been 57.96 administrative positions added. So that's about a net increase of 58. Am I reading that right?
Yeah.
We gave them all away.
Yes, but keep in mind, they're not all ads. Some of them are just reclassifications of positions.
Yep.
Like the network managers, for example.
And then if you go down and look at teachers, it's an add of 547.54.
That's
I call it 548 teachers.
Yes.
And so even if I'm trying to make an apples to apples comparison some here, let's say I divide those by the number of kids who are in CPS. If I'm doing my math right, and I often will do this wrong, I think that's saying that for every 100 students in CPS over this decade, we added 1.6 teachers. And for every 100 students, we added 0.17 administrator. I think it is. Does that pass a sniff test?
It sounds right, but without doing math, I can't do math in my head anymore. So.
Okay. I don't blame you. I just was trying to make sure I was tracking some of the headlines. Thank you.
Other comments? Reactions?
I did want to make a comment about the team. So, the team that's doing this work, is the EMIS team. And what we need, what they've asked for is an expanded, group from, in bringing in the HR team, because it's all dependent on the job code and the EMIS code of being right. So, there are some, we need to make sure that once we've defined and agree on consensus of where these positions belong and which category, then we need to make sure that the systems are updated to make sure that that's accurate. And so, the financial tech team, HR, EMIS, and, somebody in the treasurer's office will get together and, work on this together.
Superintendent?
And if I could add, the treasurer and I actually spoke about this as we've been reviewing this information. And to Dr. Moffitt's point, the reality is there has not been a standard operating procedure for how these positions moved around. So when you look at it, every time there has been essentially a change somewhere in administration, the type of position changes as well. So it's going to take us some time to go back and truly realign that so that it ends up in the right place, and add a standard operating procedure to that, so that moving forward, regardless of who's in the role, they know how to then use that, or at least modify a resource to start with, to make sure that we're able to compare apples to apples. So we've done the work around positions in terms of making certain that there's a job description for each position. Now it's going back, cleaning up the alignment for where those go, so that when it does show up in the ACFR, it's also aligned to really what we see in our district.
Other questions, comments? I would appreciate the work. I can actually remember when only 4 of our high schools had counselors. I mean, this is work that has gone on for more than a decade. I can remember President Alex Coons, this was his focus, was adding counselors. Others may say social workers. One of the key things is the community wants more teachers. The community wants more social workers. They want more counselors. They want more custodians. They want more security. What the community generally is not interested in is what they perceive to be an addition or a growth of the administration. And if you don't like administration, you use the word bureaucracy, although that has to grow as well as we do more and more things. But I think that this is useful, and I'm sure that we're going to be ready for everybody to look at this and try to evaluate. And I appreciate you explaining how hard this was to do. I would also say that we have tended to add things. I won't say willy-nilly, and this goes over not your administration only, but 3 or 4 administrations previously. And you need something done, so you create a position. There is some wisdom to having a structure to fill in, and to do that, you have to have, and this again, previous superintendents as well. You have to have an organizational chart that people can understand, or that is not so porous that you just keep plugging people in or plugging people out or changing position. There's some wisdom to the civil service concept that this is what a position, a director actually has people reporting to them, or a manager is doing this, or that. So I think that as part of this work, working on the organizational structure for this administration, and certainly previous administrations and future administrations, it'd be great to kind of do that. And it's also important not to have redundancy, because some people are doing something, but they can't get it all done, whether it's their licensure or whether it's their experience. So there's an extra position that comes into hand. So I hope this is this is a good start to figure out how to organize ourselves in a way that the bureaucracy is responsive as well as representative of what's going on. Last thing I'll say we keep forgetting, besides the FMP, there was, as Jen mentioned, the FMP plus. 9 more schools after FMP. Preschool promise, how many actual preschool classrooms did we have just in CPS versus how many preschool classes we have? So this growth of students and enrollment, it costs, and you need to be teaching them and learning, but I think this is a great start. And I should, that sounds like I'm minimizing it. It's more than a good start. It's something that will be very, very useful to us. Other questions, comments?
Question, did you want me to go ahead and do the other PowerPoint now or
Yeah,
wait?
let's
Okay.
just do the other part now.
Well, I'm in the hot seat, Rob. Thank you. So several weeks ago, I believe it was Dr. Moffat reached out and asked me to do an update the historical budgets chart. And so so I did that and then did some analysis on it as well. So what you're seeing in front of you is a combination of the general fund budget and when the orange is represented by ESSER. So in the first year of COVID, we spent very little. And then as you can see, ESSER grew. The reduction in the general fund from 20 to 21 was a result of the state cut and the state funding formula. And then from 21 to 22 was the removal of pass-through tuition. Next slide. So this combination, and thank you, Jeremy, for teaching me how to do these combination charts. I love these. So it represents, this shows you like the total budget's the green, and the combination consolidated budget's the green line up top. And so you can see it bumped up, of course, with ESSER money. The blue bars represent general fund, orange is ESSER. And no, I'm sorry, I'm lying. Central office is the blue line. The orange is the schools. This is what Ms. Ellers was talking about earlier. And so you can see the ratio between the difference of those budgets has changed. So if you hit to the next slide, this represents the same information in a line graph, which I didn't really like. And so, but you can see where the lines cross. So the percentage of money that was being funded centrally has switched lines with the school budgets. So we're putting more money out in the schools as time goes on. Next slide. This is the chart that Ms. Ellers was referring to. And I want to keep in mind that in the fiscal year 24 budget, 46 million that's in the central administration pie slice is really spent out in the schools. And that's the custodians, the school social workers, and the one-on-one paras are 3 examples. They're budgeted centrally in those budgets. So they're shown in the blue, but they're really allocated and spent, and they work in the schools. So every time I try to show it both ways, I tend to confuse people. So I just quit doing it. But there is, if you restate that 46 million out of the central and into the schools, the ratio changes to 58 in the schools and 44 in the central. Next slide. Okay, so then I was asked to address some misconceptions. Go ahead, next slide. So I got a phone call last week and of criticisms. We're cutting art teachers. We're cutting school budget items that the boards voted against, specifically security and counselors, and that no appeals were being approved, and everything was caused by the treasurer's formulas. So I attempted to address some of these misconceptions. Next slide. This is a flow chart, what we call a swim lane, which shows the responsibility of a process and how it flows from department to department or team to team. And so keep in mind the formulas, 95% of the formulas are dictated by a collective bargaining agreement or state or federal law. And so there's only a few that are district defined, which is the assistant principals and then the Title I positions. Custodians are done by square footage, I believe. So, right. So I won't go through every line, but just to point out that they're not the treasurer's formulas. We run the formulas when the student projections get to us, and then we produce staffing where the staffing team reviews and sends out to the schools, and then the staffing team reviews the appeals. So next slide. So these are all the PAM allocations. The formula for PAM is that in the elementary schools, for every load-bearing teacher, for every 7 load-bearing teachers, you get 1 FTE. And the rule from the board is that you have to represent PE, art, and music, all 3 of them. So they calculate how many PAM allocations each school gets. They preload a half FTE in PE, art, and music, and then put the rest in unallocated. Well, when you're comparing it to the previous year, you'll see a bunch of negatives because everything's in the unallocated column for 25 until the schools report back to us where they want their allocations to go. So I'll give you an example. If I have a school that's got 21 load-bearing teachers, I'm going to get 3 PAM allocations, right? And we preload 1.5 of them because we do a half in PAM, PE, art, and music. So that leaves 1.5 in the unallocated. Well, if you had 2 art teachers last year and we're only showing a 0.5, it's going to look like you're losing an art teacher, but that's not the case. So I just put the data. This file is as of this morning. So if you're looking at reports from last week, things have changed through appeals and updates and corrections and that kind of stuff. So this was as fresh as it was this morning. It'll probably still get refined as we go through this process, but in a net add of 1.75, what we call PAM teachers. So that was the elementary falls at formula. For high schools, we just rolled over what they had the previous year. So high schools, it was just the same thing they had this year. They're still working on I don't know if you remember the Mary Holter, but she created these massive high school staffing formulas, and they need to be reviewed and revised. So until we get that done, we just rolled over the staff. Next slide. Counselors. So there was a reduction that's showing as of this morning of 2. I believe the 2 elementary schools, it was their second counselor that was allocated to them for ESL students. And I was told that they didn't want those positions. And I wasn't there and I don't have the documentation. That was just what I was told. The other ones have to be related to enrollment changes or decisions that the schools made in making changes. All right. Next slide. Security, I highlighted the reductions more than the formula is very complicated. They start with a formula of 1 for every 400 students, and they add FTEs for the square footage, the number of exits, the number of public access clinics, and high level of discipline incidences. I don't have that data. I wasn't part of that team, so I can't, that's all I can explain at that point. But for in total, we have 190 security assistants this year. We have 190 security assistants next year, but they might have changed schools because of enrollment changes. Next slide. So the staffing appeals, I just went and threw out here what was appealed, what was approved, what wasn't, and 33.5% were approved. So it wasn't all or nothing. And I'm sure the staffing team can answer questions about why they denied or not or approved. Next slide. That was it. Questions?
Members? Comments? Oh, Dr. Moffett, then I'll have a couple too.
So I have a question. I want to make sure I heard you correctly. You said that the formulas are not yours. You don't just determine the formulas as the treasurer's office?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean,
so then the formulas are determined by administration. Is that correct?
the formulas are in the CBAs for the most part.
Okay.
Right. And so we are the housekeeper of the formulas. We keep them in the software system so that when we put in, this is how many 3rd grade kids, 5th grade kids for this school, it calculates how many teachers it needs.
When was the last time that the formula for like security was updated? Because you mentioned that like there's 400, basically 400 to 1, but it also incorporates square footage. I'm wondering, and I remember us talking about the security formula last year around this budget time. And I think the same concerns were consistent. But when was the last time that the formula was updated to incorporate some of the various needs of the community and of the types of students post-COVID? If we're using outdated formulas.
So the formula prior to last year had not been updated since Bill Miles was here. That's the only thing that I can give. So anybody, the other team here would know the last time that Bill Miles was here. So what we did last year is actually created a formula because there had not been a formula that was used. And for that, based on what was shared from the treasurer, is we took all of those things into consideration to start with the process to get a formula. The second thing that we did for that, and I don't recall which concerns were raised at that time, other than the fact that individuals always want more sometimes than we're able to generate. The second thing that we did is looked at how those numbers broke out to see whether or not what we saw in terms of who got what in terms of security actually matched what we knew about the data for the school. And so that was a benefit of being able to do the cross-reference. This year, it's the same formula that we used last year. There are a couple other areas that we did look at and take into consideration with doing some movement. Like there were some high schools that really had lost the security and they really shouldn't have. So we corrected that information last week. So I don't know if that would be in the updated information that was already shared, but that was something that was corrected then. And there are 3 sets of formulas that we generate. The formulas for assistant principals, the formulas for security, and the formulas for custodians.
Thank you. On slide number 5, can you go back to slide number 5, please, Rob? When we're looking at, I kind of saw you rush through that, Jen. Thank you for that. But I do want to spend just a question on this because you made the comment that we're spending more in the schools than we are in central administration. But that particular year for 24 includes summer scholars. So can you tell me about how much summer scholars was? Because I may have missed it, but I don't remember getting data for summer scholars, like cost analysis, effectiveness. I don't remember getting any data for the past few years around summer scholars, the way that it was run with ESSER money.
I don't remember. I don't want to misquote, so I can prepare. I want to say it was less than 7 million last year, but I don't remember. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Okay, the only reason that I kind of focused on that is because you made the reference and drew my attention to the fact that we're spending more on schools, but those particular years include summer scholars. And I don't remember getting data on that. And you said 7 million for summer scholars. Is that what you said? Around about?
Let me pull it up.
I think that first year was even more than that.
I think
We
so.
reduced it to 7. Yeah. Superintendent?
In the presentation that I sent to prepare for the next conversation at Cal, it wasn't included. Summer school wasn't included on the agenda today, but I sent the presentation to the board early. In that presentation, it shows the amount for summer school for the last 5 or 6 years. And so I can go back into the presentation and tell you which slide it's on, but it's in that presentation. And so last year we reduced the amount of summer scholars. Previously, I want to say it was 15 million that had been spent, and we reduced it. The year before that, it was quite a bit more. So it is in the presentation though that was sent to the board last week.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to see if that would, even if when you look it up, Jen, and you give an update, if you could just kind of disaggregate that data out from the schools, that would be most helpful because it's technically not the schools. It was, as far as everyday year-long budgets, I'm looking at it a little different. But we put it all in there for 48% and for 46%. I just wanted to see how much was summer scholars. So thank you.
Vice President?
Yes, so I have a question on slide 12 in terms of the staffing appeals. Can you just explain this a little bit more in terms of remedial math specialists and the remedial reading specialists? Are you saying that for the number of FAT appealed, so it's the 4 and the 3 and those both were denied on those?
So it looks like.
That's correct.
That is correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so with the numbers, what would that equate to, the FTEs for that?
At the
What were
very,
they requesting? So if it says the 4.0, what does that equal out to?
Bodies.
I just wanted to make sure and clarify. So
Well, 4 positions, not necessarily humans, right?
okay, so 4 positions and then the 3 positions. So those both
What are they?
bodies or positions, which ones? Okay, I just wanted to clarify on that. So with those, 2 particular, those were denied. Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Member Matt?
Yes, thank you, President Bolton. So my question is going back to the counselors. So I know that in the presentation, there was the mention that there's a misconception about the cutting of the counselors. And I know that that wasn't something that was presented in the budget choices. So apart from I guess the messaging around this pertaining to the formulas, what other areas could potentially bring about maybe the misunderstanding or the misconception that we are cutting counselors?
So
Are you aware?
I think the in terms of overall, we're not doing reduction for counselors. However, the way that the staffing formulas work, individuals may move, and that will likely happen every year. Individuals may move from one location to another because the number of students in one location is greater than the number of students in a separate location. And so while overall it may not be a change, another example of that is security. While overall it's not a change, you do have some schools where a security may be moved from their school building and moved to another school because of the need. So it would be the same thing in talking through counselors. I want to make sure that we look at this list one more time and cross-reference as well with the going back through the appeals once more, just to make sure. There were a few of these that were highlighted for me last week by our CFT president, and I was able to follow up with those then and correct the misconception last week. And so the fact that we're still having some of that now, I want to make sure that there is the cross-reference there so that we are clear, so that we can provide the update.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarification. I just wanted to make sure that there was alignment, and so I appreciate you offering that feedback.
Thank you.
There's also a difference between a surplus and a cut. So sometimes people get that concept confused. You might be surplus out of a building, but you still have a job with the district.
So again, you would then move because of your numbers, because of the formulas, so to speak, and it's really about the number of students. You would then move from one location to another, even though you're not physically removed from the district.
Yeah, and I think it was important to just make sure that we had that understanding, especially recognizing that there were several people that, either spoke today with the assumption that there was going to be cuts. So I appreciate you guys for sharing that.
I'd like to ask a couple of questions or make a couple comments. I'm not sure which. Is it true that, let's say Carson, which is, I think, the most egregious situation probably that we have regarding the number of students in one building. And I think it's a credit, and we all kind of know the inside story of that. It's a credit to the Carson folks that the people in the community want to go to Carson. I think that's really important. And we all know particularly why that's important. But they only have one AP. Is that true?
That is correct.
How is that possible if there's some sort of formula?
So and I would have to look at the number. I think, what do we go to get the second one? Is it 9? I don't remember. I think I would have to go back to the formula from last year, but I do believe that it's 900 students to get to the second AP. We did not create a formula, and listening to the conversation around the importance of administrators versus not, we did not create a formula that gave an additional AP for every 350 students. So we really looked at trying to give assistance to as many schools as possible, and then looking at the overall numbers to go to what was next. In terms of Carson specifically, we did make some recommendations for some changes there to start with. There is the cross-reference also looking at the actual students. One of the things that we have determined is that at Carson, there is also a pretty large percentage of students that are a part of Project Connect. And so in thinking about servicing the students and where the students are, it's not as simple as moving them somewhere else. So we're cross-referencing that as well. We did that before we made the initial recommendation to move some of the classes that were already there. And the team is going back out tomorrow to walk the building, because I have walked the building several times. The chief of schools has done the same. And I want to have some of these areas that we're talking about right now pointed out to us, because those were not things that we saw walking through the building. So that's something that we want to give some next step thought to.
Well, I would remind everybody that a significant portion of ad hoc was really built around the redrawing of lines, whether that's about neighborhoods or whether it's about economic diversity or whether or not it's about including. It would seem to me that there is an urgent need to do that for next year. And I remember last year the treasurer mentioning in one of the ad hoc meetings, I don't think she remembers it because I tried to remind her, and she said, I don't remember that I said that. She said, there's so many personal and interpersonal special arrangements associated with some of this enrollment piece that we probably need to review. But on Carson, it would seem to me that we did increase significantly APs by doing the low number of enrollment per building. And that's how we building our pipeline or whatever we're calling it. But it seems to me it would make some sense to look in terms of the other end of that, or the larger numbers, it would seem to me. I have a question real quick about growth in the student population. When we went over to talk to Spencer after presentations about ad hoc, and I think I shared this with the superintendent when I came back from that meeting, the issue that based upon their, this may or not be, I may have misunderstood it, but based upon their square footage, that was using an equation from 2017, they were told that they would have to limit the number of students that could come to their building. Now, that was their interpretation of whatever was said to them from district administration, which meant to them, right or wrong, I don't know if they're correct on this, but like almost 100 kids that might have been interested in Spencer, which we want to grow, couldn't go. They would have to be turned. Does square footage have something to do with the enrollment? Is that an equation that we use?
So I'm looking at Mr. Gullahu right now in terms of that, because that's not something that I've heard of before in terms of square footage. So I will share with you what the challenge is, though, at Spencer. And I think the LSDMC chair was at one of our Be Present sessions a few weeks ago, and we had this conversation as well. I think that there is the desire to increase the number of students. There's just not the space at the school. And so in terms of going to the school, walking the classrooms, when you think about square footage, so to speak, the classrooms are smaller. The classrooms themselves are just smaller. So it's not as, you can't get as many students in the elementary class, for example, that's even sometimes listed in the CBA. So if you recall at the beginning of this school year, when it came up as a concern, I actually went out to the school and walked every one of the classrooms with the principal, just to look at where we were, and by the time you get the students in and you get the space. Now, I'm not sure how many students that applies to. We can do the research around that, but I think what they're really speaking to is the ultimate need for Spencer to have more space versus trying to enroll more students right now.
I think you're exactly right. I was, as a person that's been around very long, I was curious to think that was some sort of formula. But you're right, the building would not do it. I made the mistake of mentioning this to former board member Melanie Bates. I won't exactly fully quote what she said to me, because it would not be appropriate in mixed company or on a public meeting, but we can figure it out. She, as a former board member with 20 years experience, she said, well, then get a different building. And that is old CPS. Get a different building, because we want to grow. We want our children in our schools, not in other schools. And we have to grow the population. But so that was one thing. So let's change buildings if that's the case for buildings that populations that are going to grow. One final thing, when you talked about, Jen, when you talked about the range, like with the CBA, we could remember last March, when we were having when all this started to really surface, we talked in terms of trying to make a commitment to looking at the lower range. Didn't require contract language to change for class size. There's a lower range than the higher range. And so, I mean, even within these equations, you don't have to have, except to try to be fiscally responsible. I get this. You don't have to use the top range number. You're trying to get the best, the best amount for the dollars spent. But again, some of these equations do have ranges, especially well, maybe at least the class size has range to it. And we don't necessarily use the lower range. Is that a financial decision or is that an educational decision? What are your thoughts? And then I'm done.
I think that there needs to be a review of all the staffing formulas. They haven't changed in forever. So
thank you.
But as I've been told for a decade or two, it's not the treasurer's responsibility to staff schools.
Right on.
So I implement the staffing formulas, and of course I have opinions about them, but I don't dictate it.
And for the sake of the superintendent, it wouldn't necessarily be the superintendent unilaterally to say, I'm now changing these formulas that have existed forever.
Correct.
But upon some sort of directive, indeed, from the board or something, or encouragement or what have you. And some of this obviously is negotiations, and we can't deal with all that right now.
Most of it is negotiations. And so
Well-
when last year, this question was asked through finance. And as a part of the finance committee, the treasurer at that time went back and reran the data at each of the other levels in order to determine what it would mean for additional staff. And shared that. I think I know it was shared at finance. I believe it was shared. It was at finance. I believe it was shared during a business meeting as well. So I know that that information is available because the only areas that we create the formulas for are the 3 areas that I shared just a moment ago. So in terms of the CBA, the other language comes from there.
So just again, the range piece, you could go with the smaller, it would cost more money, and you did cost that out even by
13
grade
million.
bands, if I recall.
That's
It was
correct.
13 million.
Yeah, $13 million more, but if it meant smaller classes or whatever. But the other problem was we don't have enough classrooms.
Enough space. That was the other
Yeah.
concern.
So that's part of how you have to fix it, how we have to fix it or whatever. So that's what I have. Come on, Mr. Craig.
I just wanted to add one additional thought on it. I think you had started some of this also with the conversation around Spencer and some of our schools that have smaller class sizes, who were looking for things like more space and in some ways looking to expand in some aspects, maybe not necessarily people. But the idea was still to keep this class sizes small. And in some ways, it also means we need to have the actual teachers and staff that we would be able to hire. And I know that was part of the conversation we had last year in finance, is that the goal was, yes, absolutely, if we can hire more and more and more to get to that point where we could have smaller class sizes, but if we just make it we couldn't arbitrarily do that without having those folks recruited in.
Enough humans.
Yeah, and that's part of the other problem that I do think we have a longer discussion around, is that routinely we have budgets that we have budgeted for positions that we don't actually have people ever in all year round. And I think that's one of those things also that's a larger part of the conversation as to, we in some ways took some of that out of this so far of this budget in some aspects, but we still leave it in because those are things we need, those are things we want, those are things we say are important. But yes, to your point, if we're going to move somebody into a space and we don't have anybody there to care for the space, we don't have anybody there to teach in the space, it's easy to say move to another building or to take a new initiative or do whatever. If we don't have the folks to do that work, it kind of seems counterproductive.
Yeah, if you're gonna have a strategy of enrollment growth, then you have to handle all sorts of that. Other last questions for this section from the treasurer? If not, we'll move on. I think is it transportation? Is the next one?
Yes, Chief Burkhart is actually going to do the transportation presentation, so he is on the way.
And we won't make him today, but part of our new interior design up here is that when you make a presentation, you'll be sitting next to Member Map and she's going to keep you in check over there, but we'll just go with the old way right now. Good evening.
I'm sorry about my raspy voice, so I apologize in advance. We go to the next slide, please. We start off today's presentation with a bunch of headlines, and the reason we do this is for twofold. The first is to show across the country that people transportation continues to be a pain spot in a lot of districts across the country. We also do this to show that CPS is not on that list. So we want to also acknowledge some of our celebrations that we have. This time last year, we could not say that we were not one of the headlines in the news. Next slide, please, Rob. To put that a little bit in perspective, right now, according to the Bureau of Labor and Statistics, there's approximately 76,400 bus driver openings across the country. I'll say that again, 76,400. So this isn't a situation that the country is going to get out of anytime soon. A lot of folks are saying it's going to take at least a decade or longer for bus drivers to get to the levels that we need them across the country. So as we look at transportation transformation, I want to acknowledge that the People Transportation Department here has worked really, really hard to make some sustainable changes over the past year. They've made some vast improvements, but we're not assuming that all of those situations that we're dealing with are solved. We're not looking at a transportation system that is perfect. We are still a lot of work in progress, but I do want to highlight some significant improvements that we've made from the previous year. So this year we had 340 vehicles that represented 1,257 routes run on the first day of school this year. We could not say that last year. Last year we had a significant number from the first day of school to the last day of school that did not run or had to double up. Additionally, Metro cards were delivered to every school before school started this year. Again, not something that we could say last year, and it was really mid-year, almost in December, when we were still dealing with Metro cards and making sure every student had one. We made a lot of sustainable changes. One is putting together the tiered routes and new start times. We piloted some combined school routes. We adjusted bus stop locations for efficiency and safety. We added a call center, and that was a change in our management efficiency within the district. If you remember, our call center was outsourced and our bus vendors actually staffed our call center daily. And we were continuously behind on tickets and behind on responsiveness. We also had no interruption in extracurricular activity or events this year. We could not say that last year. Last year, we asked a lot of parents and coaches to drive students to track meets, to practices, to extracurricular activities. Now we have some vans, we have drivers, and we have sustainability. Again, not saying that it's perfect, but we made really great strides. Next slide, Rob. So a lot of these metrics reveal some significant improvement as well. Our GPS on bus reporting is currently at 97%. Last year was 92%. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but it took us all year just to get to 92. We were in the high 90s all year this year and capping out at 97. 100%, which is I think where everyone wants to be, is almost unrealistic because that would mean that every bus is operational and we would have no bus breakdowns. Putting a GPS on a bus to switch that out is a physical process to actually take the GPS out of the bus, put it in a new bus, and then reprogram it for that day's route. So 97% is really a kudos and testament to both not only our bus vendors, but also our transportation team. On our on-time percentage is currently at 94.2%, and last year was at 73.7. That 73.7 number is really weak as well. If you take in consideration, we actually inadvertently changed some of the secondary times for start times for schools because we knew that we couldn't get kids to school on time. So we had to double those up. So the actual start times for a lot of those schools were an hour behind what they should have been, just because we had to put something in the system that routed the buses to get there at all. So the fact that we're even in the 90 percentages from what I would say 73 is a soft number is just monumental for this district. And I would say is really something that we should be proud of. I also want to give kudos to the board for approving the adjustment for school times last year. As you can see, that time that we spent and the time the board spent working on this monumental task had a lot of great dividends. Next slide, please. So by the numbers, as we're talking about our call center and staffing, we've had almost 17,000 tickets that have been logged into the district and solved. We currently only have 57 open tickets. Again, I'll go back to the 22-23 school year in which we started the school year. We had so many tickets, duplicate tickets, triplicate tickets, I can't even say it, quadruple tickets that we actually had to start over in late August and scrap the ones that were in and start over. So the fact that we have an accountability that we can look at our tickets to see how often they're being closed out, if we're being effective in closing those out, are we being responsive to families, is again a testament to really making strides from where we were a year ago. Next slide, please. As we continue down this path, we know we have challenges that we need to continue to look at and overcome. The bus driver shortage will continue over the next decade. And so we have to look at our dependency on drivers. We don't have the ability to do what the trucking industry is doing, and that's putting 300,000 driverless vehicles on the road. That's not something that we can do. Routes have to be consolidated if vendors do not have enough drivers. So there are times that we need to double up routes throughout the year when we don't have enough drivers to be able to handle those routes. Like in every industry, insurance rates for yellow bus vendors are skyrocketing. We're seeing that only in our district, not only in yellow buses, but we're seeing it with our own vehicles as well as our facilities. So insurance costs over the next couple of years are going to skyrocket as well as our current vendors are passing that cost on to us. And finally, savings from route consolidations has been exhausted based on our current parameters. For example, all of our Spencer kids are on yellow bus. SCPA has 2 start times in which we're going to every corner of the district. So unless we have some major changes in our actually mode shift of students, either times, places, or who's riding, the only consolidations that we can do that will be meaningful are giving students a shorter ride and or consolidating some of the routes whereby or I shouldn't say consolidate, efficiency of routes, whereby once a bus drops off students at a school, typically the algorithm is to look at where that next bus ends up, not where that next bus starts. And so new algorithms are showing us that both have to be taken into consideration. What we call that is deadhead time in between the time that you drop students off and the time that you pick up your next set of students. Next slide, please. Next up, non-public and charter schools had until April 1st to let us know that they want services for next year. And that's House Bill 110 that was passed 2 years ago. We are currently routing for next school year based on our known parameters and based on our new consolidated routes, which was passed on the March 18th board meeting. We're also currently putting the routing structure together for summer scholars. We won't know until the 26th of this month which students are routing. So as we get to the structure set up, it'll just be a matter of dropping those students in and routing them accordingly. Finally, work is being done to realign our tiers and pair routes, as I said before, making sure that the drive times and the times on bus are minimized so that we can be as efficient as possible from that standpoint. So that's our transportation update for today. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions, comments? Mr. Craig?
Well, so let me start by thank you for the presentation. I think it is a lot of hard work that went into our bus issues and concerns. I think one of the things that, at least to my head, and we talked about it a lot in budget and finance the last couple of years, is somewhat of the difference in the ability to transport students on the metro versus kind of, while we can control when kids get on and off with the yellow buses better, it actually, in some ways, we have more options with metro at times for how students transport themselves and make that decision. But I think one of the things that is still the struggle is not the arrival to school, but the departure from school that presents itself to being the biggest problem that still kind of exists. And so I don't know if there's any thoughts as to, especially with metro, thoughts around like how we get people out of the school or off the school campus and not into the community in a way that's not safe for them, but also maybe not being a good neighbor in some ways at times, which is what we've had problems with in the past.
Yeah.
I'll address it, Board Member Craig. So one of the updates that Metro will be able to do next year, that they'll have the technology to do, as we understand, they did not have the technology to do that this year, but they will be able to truly program cards so that the cards have an actual cutoff time. Right now, there is a given time that we give for when students can ride and when they cannot ride. However, their new technology will allow them to, based on what's been shared with us, the new technology will allow them to have a cutoff time. It will also allow them to identify what route they are supposed to be on. So if they go to get on a route and that's not the route for where they should be going, it will not allow them to ride the bus. And so there are pros and cons, because there are some that say if a student is there, we want to make sure that they ride the bus, but we see some of the challenges that it's causing with students either staying around school longer than they should. We've had conversation with Metro as well for next year in thinking about routing and getting some of those times closer to the end of the school day as well. And so we're believing that the new technology that they have will at least allow some more efficiencies around that.
Yeah, and also to answer your question, it's not just a yellow bus or Metro, it's yellow bus and Metro and shuttles that we have and vans, and we need all of those to make it work. And because this year is the first year that we actually have a tiered routing system, we're also figuring out which are the best modes and methods for all of the students. And so it's not just here's students in this location. Sometimes it makes more sense to send a van to pick up students than a bus if those students are clustered in a special area. The other thing to your second part about pickup times is we're in a tiered system too. And so we didn't have a tiered system last year. So when one thing is wrong with the tiered system, the second tier is always by default behind as well. So it's both a give and take. We're lucky we have a 2-tiered system versus a 3-tiered system, because if something goes wrong on the first tier, the second and third tier then suffer as well. So there's some trade-offs with a 3-tier system needs less drivers, but when something goes wrong, it goes really wrong.
And then one last follow-up is just the the idea was that when we did our transportation update and kind of refreshing is that we got also back some of the dedicated routes to allow us to do some of the athletics and those type of things. And just want to make sure that those things are being coordinated in a way that works also, and that we're being efficient with that as well, because I think that's something that was a success about how we were able to revamp and rethink about how our transportation would work, is that we were able to kind of dedicate more of those things for field trips and after school athletics and extracurriculars.
Yeah, so this year, great question. So this year we have those dedicated buses set aside for those extracurricular field trips, athletics. And this year we have not had an instance in which we were not able to handle a field trip, handle an athletic event, or handle an extracurricular. That also goes to the 16 vans that we have as well. So sometimes it doesn't make sense to take a 55 passenger van for 8 students to go somewhere. So we're looking at efficiencies, and that's why it's all of the methods of transportation together to make this work, not just one or the other or the other.
Mr. Morosky.
Thank you, President Bolton. Thank you, Mr. Burkhart. As always, very informational. I kind of have a broad question and then a more specific one. First, I love the conversation, and I feel like President Bolton and I say this every couple meetings, but this is where the idea for the ad hoc committee came from 6 years ago with Member Davis, you and me, however long ago it was, is looking at the lines to save on this cost because it wasn't sustainable, and it's questionable whether it is. So question I had, and I feel like we've seen this before, and if we have, I apologize. And I don't even know how it would influence my thinking necessarily. Maybe it's just for my own edification, but do we have, I know we do, but a breakdown of by school, how much each school is costing? And I know we've looked at it ad hoc and different things. Do we have like an updated one of those?
Yeah, so I believe last board meeting of the board.
That's
meeting
what I thought was the last
previously,
one. Okay.
I think it was referenced as the Rosetta Stone that we've
That was
uncovered.
Clearly it was not for me, the last meeting. And again, I don't even know what that would influence. I just think it's an interesting, particularly when it comes to neighborhood schools, which is everybody up here knows, and most of the people out there know I'm kind of a nut for, and I want to help, encourage folks to go to their neighborhood school. And tonight we learned the lines of some of them also might need to change.
One of the things, and we can re-forward it, it is on board docs, but we did share it at the last meeting. One of the things that it does identify is how much we are spending. It elevates what selective high schools are doing in terms of transportation. Because when you look at the breakdown in the numbers, it is very clear that transporting students, the way that we're transporting them, it identifies that. It also identifies, and this was something that came up as one of the recommendations for ad hoc that we are planning for. It also identifies the challenges with sending students beyond their east and west boundary for magnets. And so really focusing on the magnet programs or whichever the programs are, the specialty programs outside of, SCPA and programs like that, but identifying that the students are maintaining their attendance in either the east side group or the west side group per what the expectations were previously. So that's one of the things that you see there, and it stands out quite a bit in terms of where we're going. The other thing that's included there also is the breakdown for special needs services, because there's work for us there's more work to be done in that space as well, about trying to right size where all of those programs are in relation to where students also live. So that's really, that's the next step of the work as we think about trying to get to neighborhood high schools as well.
Thank you. And I think, that's where I was focusing a lot of my attention, is looking at the high schools and transporting them. And I think where my brain is tonight in the redesign, I kind of brain farted and asked the question, is particularly in light of Carson speaking tonight, which I have a whole lot of opinions about, but Board Member Bolton and others covered a lot of them, so I can shelve those for now. But I think what I'm most interested in are the elementary schools, i.e., what are the neighborhood elementary schools that people are choosing, because not everybody in this district has the same choice, to go to? Because when I think of Carson, and I brought this up a while ago, and I do sometimes feel it bears repeating, when you talk about Carson, I agree with President Bolton, people are choosing their neighborhood school, but what's also happening is it's the other side of the coin of the consolidation conversation that we drop. And we have our Douglas representatives here tonight, talking about Spencer and all this. It's not a coincidence that the schools that are under enrolled are in rapidly gentrifying neighborhoods. And it's not a coincidence that the schools on the west side are too damn full. Because people who do have choice and privilege are not choosing their neighborhood school. The same people with Black Lives Matter signs in their window who look like me. And that's a problem. And we're not gonna program our way out of racism by doing Vision 2020, which is a good thing. But people in North Side aren't gonna say, I'm gonna send my kid to Chase now because it's got an arts program. It's not gonna happen. And so I don't, again, know how helpful this might be for me, but I just feel like I should have, and I'll pull it up, and I'll look more at the elementary schools. Because anyway, I'll just leave it at that. I'll pull it up and maybe I'll get a question later. But back to this point, so another school, Reese Price, something on the west side. I don't typically ask specific questions, but I know specific people in specific buildings like we all do. And I've heard of the folks we contract with for there, it's like a shuttle system. They like shuttle kids back and forth. And it's often, coming like when teachers are off. I'm just asking for clarification. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, certainly, or really anybody else, but what I hear, it doesn't sound like it's an awesome system. And if I'm hearing it right, so tell me if I am or not, that it's like a bus that's just like shuffling kids back and forth, like well after teachers are off the clock.
Yeah, so we have some, and I'm going to call them apartment complexes in some situations, or clusters of houses that may have more than 55 students in that area. So take a housing or a apartment complex, for example, and there's 75 students. Instead of routing 2 buses in 2 different locations to pick up students and then end up there and then go back to school, what we're doing is we're going back and forth, picking up students, taking them to school, picking up another set, taking them to school. And we found the efficiency of doing that versus routing 3 different buses helps us out tremendously. But what it also does is helps us pick up those students who missed the first bus. Believe it or not, we get them to school versus if you make one pass, you're missing those. So we've piloted that this past year and we found a lot of positives around it, but there are some negatives.
Yeah, in the morning, I mean, it makes more sense to me. I guess I was just specifically thinking of the after school piece. I used to
That's
be
the negative.
Yeah, I used to be a dean of students, if you can believe that. And after school, getting everybody on the bus when everyone would run out the door and I'd be out there with like 400 kids, like everybody get home safe. And I just think, there's a lot of kids there too. And teachers stick around because they love the kids, right? But is that happening anywhere else or is it just there?
Yeah, so it's we have it at Roberts, for example. We have it
Another West. I mean, this is
Yeah, I'm sorry, Winton Woods.
It's
we've got them all over, but we do it where it makes sense so that kids are not riding on the bus for a long period of time, so that we can just go pick them up and get them to school. And we, if you were on a metro, it would be called a flyer or a direct route.
And there's a part of me that says it is what it is. But again, I do think it just bears repeating that there are root causes of this. And I don't have a magic answer. I just like to talk about it and try to think out loud and sometimes make sense and maybe just give the 6 smarter people and these 2 smart people and you certainly, maybe something different to think about, way to approach it. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Borowski. Vice President?
Yes. So I just wanted to, of course, give some accolades because I know that I have not been bothering the superintendent with my wonderful emails about transportation because it seems like everyone emails Board Member Weinberg about the transportation issues. So yes, you haven't so far. So let's keep our fingers crossed. But 2 really quick questions regarding the continual challenges. I saw that you stated the route consolidations have been exhausted. Can we just talk briefly a little bit more about that? Because I thought, Superintendent, you had recommended that maybe you would relook at that for some budget cuts or to help, close the gap of the budget in terms of with the charter schools, the parochial schools, and then combining with CPS. And then I'm going to ask one more question too. So hold on that. And then with the next steps, you stated something about summer scholars on there.
Yeah. So since if we'll go back to that slide, Rob. right there. Next one back, next one, right here. So
Yes.
in terms of the consolidations, essentially what this slide is sharing is, if you'll go back one more slide,
Mhm.
please, Rob. Okay, for this one, what this is sharing is that after the action that was taken at the board meeting, I believe it was on March the 18th, to do the consolidation for those routes, those were the schools that we're recommending for the consolidation.
Okay, and that's it.
Correct. This is also referencing in terms of thinking about, for examples of a school like Spencer, where we transport all of the students 3rd through 12th grade. So in all of our other schools, we're transporting our students on yellow buses 3rd through 8th grade, but at Spencer, we're transporting all students on the yellow bus. So there is an additional savings that we can get in terms of that. In terms of the summer scholar slide, we're starting the preparation for the routing for our 3rd grade students that would be a part of summer scholars, because our high school students will still be on Metro.
And I just want to make sure, are we still calling it summer scholars or would it just be summer school? I just want to make sure.
We've actually started calling it summer recovery.
Okay,
because that's
great.
really what it's moving toward. But that would be a part of the other presentation.
I reference that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it.
Other questions, transportation? Mr. Lindy?
Thanks, President Bolden. And given the hour, I'll be very, very quick. I just wanted to say that there's a lot of bad news out there in the world of education and a lot of things that are dark and frustrating and overwhelming. And it is so great to be in a world where there are wins on the board for children and for everybody who works in CPS. And I think transportation should be towards the very top of that list. I think to have in the high 90s, 94%, 96, whatever it was, versus the soft 73% from last year, it's just a massive improvement. And whether that's for a parent or a former teacher, I mean, the level of disruption that late buses causes for families, for schools is massive. And there's so many reasons to feel discouraged about what is or isn't possible in education systems. I just think it's really encouraging and inspiring, I think, to see the work that you all have done. I want to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Other comments, questions? I'd like just to add a couple things regarding, first of all, the chief of operations isn't supposed to have to spend this much time worrying about transportation, and that's not missed on us. We understand that. That's a problem. And we have to figure that out. To Chairman Craig's issue about dismissal, this is very important. And when we brought it up in the combined meeting with City Council, Vice Mayor took it to heart. I know the Vice Mayor's talked to the superintendent about it, and the superintendent's assigning, I think, Chief Pollock, because Metro and the district and are trying to figure it out, how we can have our kids get home more quickly, besides being so disruptive to either residential or business districts, as well as disruptive in our own campus. So that meeting's scheduled very soon, if I recall. Yeah.
And this past year, Metro actually added, I believe, 2 or 3 routes that bypass Government Square to allow students to get home quicker and not have to transfer, which I would push Metro to keep doing, because I think it has helped significantly in the number of, first of all, the number of transfers, and secondly, the number of students at Government Square.
Yeah, the city fathers have been worried about our children and teenagers showing up at Government Square for about 25 years. And indeed, it's one of the reasons we had special routes that ended so that they weren't going downtown. So I'm glad that that's the attraction, but it's the business district in Clifton. It's the business district by Woodward, and it's residential area over at Schroeder. These are problems, and it's bad. It's a bad image for us, and it's also the kids are not getting home as quickly as they need to. Be important to focus, as you mentioned, on using our own fleet as effectively, because I think we got a late start on doing that. I have heard some criticism that the things for, as the superintendent knows, I dwell on this, the health checks and even some of the field trips don't seem to have the kind of priority that maybe the athletic program does. So I don't know if that's a real or it's just a rumor, but it's just to bring it to your attention. The other stuff here real quickly is to the superintendent's point, the idea that the technology of having fully, according to some metro people, fully individualized routes, not even changing how late they can stay out, but we are responsible only, and we are legally responsible for getting the children, the teenagers to and from that school. We are not responsible for everything else, and that they claim they can say, this is the route you're going to use. And I think that we may be reaching that point. I know with families that they would find that to be great.
And I referenced it earlier with Board Member Craig. What they told us is that the update that they will have next year in their technology will allow them to route specifically for individual students. So this is the actual route that you should be on. This is the time that the card starts, and this is the time that it ends. So we're hopeful that that actually happens, because that would save, it would save a lot of challenges that we're having now. One of the things, for example, that Chief Burkhart was referring to is in January, Metro updated those routes, and one of the locations was Withrow. That's one that I can think of. But right now, a lot of the students are still going through Government Square, even though they don't have to go through Government Square. But that's where everybody else is, right? So they want to, be there with others. So we've done some reminders for students, and we believe so far with the feedback that we're getting from the city, that some of the challenges that we're seeing in the space have shown improvement, because of the consistent conversations we're having across the board. But Withrow was one of those that I could identify that they really didn't have a reason, if they were going from east to west, they didn't have a reason to go through Government Square because they made direct routes for them. And I think there were 3 or 4 that they did that for. So we'll continue to get feedback from them in terms of when, that may occur and when we'll be able to do any testing of it as we prepare to get started for next year.
I think that's really great. Again, though, we've spent a few years occasionally along the way waiting for Metro to have technology that we had always hoped they would. So let's hope that they're able to do this. This document that Mr. Morosky mentioned is that Rosetta Stone. If you could, just for my edification, show it, the numbers are great, but show it where it's the charter amounts, number of students in dollars, parochial. I mean, I did it in my little pitiful way. Obviously, I'm spending way too much time, like you are, on transportation. But that is scary. It also is Rosetta Stone. It takes $500,000 to get 36 kids to Lighthouse. Well, that's unacceptable. We cannot afford that. I don't even care. It's the greatest program in the history of the world. You can't do that. So, I mean, it is a Rosetta Stone for that as well. But if you could break those numbers down, just so we could see it, so that nobody has to rely upon my pitiful math. And that's what I have. I've mentioned the health checks. Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
If I could just also add, one of the things that you started with, President Bolton, is that the chief of operations or the chief operating officer should not have to spend this much time on transportation. When we think about operations collectively, transportation was the most broken. And when I look at where we started last year and where we are now, had it not been for Chief Burkhart's involvement consistently, his direction, his follow-up, his follow-through, his working with the partners, we would not be able to talk about the kind of improvement that we've seen now. And so I just want to acknowledge that. I think that I've spent more time on transportation. We've had a whole lot of transportation conversations, but we are beginning, just for a moment, and I knock on wood when I say this, we see the celebrations right now. And so that gives us a light at the end of the tunnel for right now. And then recognizing that there are ways for us to continue to improve in this space, because to his earlier point of the 77,000 vacancies across the country, that is not getting better. And so we are going to have to continue to look for ways to reduce the need in terms of buses, because it's not getting better. So I just wanted to share that, and I did want to offer kudos as well to Chief Burkhart because he has led this work masterfully.
Couldn't agree more. Other questions? Transportation? Thank you.
Thank you.
And next, we have two things before we go to the superintendent's budget portion, and I guess the treasurer's budget portion. Two documents were placed on board docs on Friday, and I think you have hard copies at your seats as well. They're presented for the public and presented for the board. These items can be discussed and we can answer generalized questions. One of them is budget suggestions and recommendations for review. And that's exactly what it's for. That's dated April 5th, 24. And then the other is a growing chart from ad hoc. You'll recall for the ad hoc piece, which is easier to explain, the administration, after the ad hoc filed the report, that broke down all of the things that were in ad hoc into three categories. One category was we agree. The other category was needs discussion. And the final category was these schools in all likelihood won't change, except maybe as it pertained to border lines or attendance lines. The ones that which this administration agreed, we made it into a resolution, and you heard the treasurer report back tonight on that one from a cost standpoint. The chart you have before you tonight for just review, and we're not going to take any action on these two other documents tonight, but they needed to be shared publicly and answer any public questions there might be. We have in it, the printing is in black. That was the original comments that were on the administration's chart. What is in red were part of additional discussions that have occurred along the way, either in those schools or here at the board or from the community. And then there's there's a green color code that starts to speak about costs or whatever we might know about financial. In the end of the meeting, I think we might make an assignment for the administration that might pertain to some of that ad hoc chart, but also the chart regarding recommendations regarding budget and initiatives and general kinds of comments. And that's what we would be doing with those two charts, is perhaps assigning the administration at the end of the meeting today to answer or kind of proceed or investigate the costs or make statements or comments about the data that's in those two charts. There's nothing we can do privately or among ourselves until we get this to the public. And then even then, from then on, we have to be able to do it, discuss it in public. So those are those two, and we'll take questions on those after we have the superintendent's budget information tonight, because she might have some interest in some votes, and as we try to continue to close the gap. And then we'll return to those other two documents for any general questions anybody might have, or additions to make them to them. Madam
Okay.
Superintendent.
All right, thank you, President Bolton. So we will go to just where we are in terms of budget status update. Let's go to the next slide, please. So this just kind of gives us just an update for where we are right now. We have, based on the work that the discussions that we've had previously, the treasurer and I have been able to take some of that information and make some additional updates to the overall tracker in terms of choices. And so I think that it would be the easiest for us to go to the choices. In the sake of time, it would be easiest to go to the choices. But before we do that, I'm sorry, Rob. Before we do that, I did want to respond to the question, if we'll keep going, please, to the transportation questions. If we'll keep going, please, right here. So I did want to, when we talked about transportation options, one of the questions was the breakdown by grade level and what was the cost for the breakdown by grade level based on the walk distance. So as we realize, currently we are at a 1 mile walk distance. The state requires 2 miles. We initially recommended a 1.5 miles. And the reason, and that would have been a $2.6 million savings. There was some concern about that. And we were asked, what was the breakdown by the grade level? So the first thing that we see here is giving a breakdown of the numbers because the question was how many students would actually be impacted. And as we look at each of the numbers, that was the breakdown overall for those areas. If we'll go to the next slide. This is the breakdown with the cost for the grade level. So the recommendation would be, or the proposal would be, that we didn't change any distances for the K through 3rd grade students, but for the 4th through 6th grade students and the 7th through 8th grade students, there are some opportunities here for possible updates. I think that the one that we would recommend would be Model 4, which would be the 1.5 if we could get support for that. And that would be at $973,000. If we go to the next slide, here is the way that you think through this in terms of operationalizing it. So families would not be split apart with the different walk distances based on the grade band. So if a 5th grader is eligible, at 1.5 miles. If the 5th grader is in the household with the 1st grade student, then they would maintain the 1 mile so that the students would be able to go together. If a 5th grade student is in the house with an 8th grade student, then both of the students would be eligible at 1.5. If we go back a slide. If we are open to any of the changes, it does give the breakdown in terms of what that cost pairing would be and what the savings would be in the end. And so Model 4, for example, not only would it be a savings, of course, but it would also reduce the need for 10 buses. And so it would reduce the number of buses that we need right now. So let's go back to the choices. Thank you. So in our choices tracker, just a couple of areas. So based on the previous conversation we had, we went in and made the updates. And then in terms of the choices working draft, for the working draft, one of the proposals that we have is for, if we'll scroll down, Rob, it should be at the very bottom. Thank you, right there. One of the proposals that we have for this year is to do a reduction of any additional pay beyond the base salary amounts for extended time. This would not include, of course, Schedule E duties, home instruction, or any union contractual obligations. And that would save about $2 million for us to do that. The second is, as I shared with you, the other items, all of which you've seen before, but beginning to bring some of those back to here where we are in terms of the board, in terms of the recommendations. So looking at the transportation, shared that our recommendation would be the 1.5 miles for 4 through 8. We would also want to have discussion around just sharing what the savings would be if that's also increased for 9 through 12, because that 1.5 right now would just be for that's just costed out for the 4th through 8th grade students. The next is, we earlier brought one of the proposals was the conversation around custodians as we talk about our in-house formulas. If we'll scroll up, go to the unsupported choices, please, Rob. Thank you. So on the unsupported choices, it's on line 4, right up there to the top. We recommended at that point a reduction of 15%. At that time, that would have been 8 in 22 individuals, I believe, at that time. Currently, we have, we're still making the recommendation for the 30 FTE, but currently we have 22 vacancies in that area. So that would be 8 people versus the initial number that we started with, if that's supported. And then the next would be around, we have 6 vacancies in security that, and after hearing some of the conversation tonight, we'd have to have more discussion around this. But 6 vacancies in security, that if we cut those vacancies right now, then that would be another 274,000. Not the initially there were 2 vacancies, now there are 6 vacancies. So being able to do something with those so that it doesn't impact people that we currently have employed. And so that was kind of some of the focus for trying to get closer to where we're looking to go. The last thing is coming back to, there was conversation that we had around the resource coordinators, and then we had additional conversation in fact finding about whether or not I had done anything else with proposals. I stopped with the work around resource coordinators after it was not supported at the last board meeting, at the last board meeting that we had where we discussed this. However, when we look at the largest amount that we have in terms of any of those areas, it goes back to that $4 million. So the proposal at that point was to do a pairing such that it would be, the resource coordinators could be shared outside of our larger schools, resource coordinators could be shared. And then there was interest from the philanthropic community to assist us with an additional 10. What we know is that that is not ideal. What we're trying to do is get out of the budget situation that we're in right now. And then if the belief is that we continue to have 1 per school, that we slowly move up to that space. Currently, resource coordinators are not employed by the district, so they're not our staff members. They're a part of the school community, but they're not our staff members. They're employed by the lead agency. And we know the importance of the work that the resource coordinators do. But when we met with the lead agencies did believe that they could still support the schools at the level that the schools needed the support, knowing the kind of challenge that we were in right now. So it would not be a removal of the resource coordinators, but it would be a rework, at least for a shorter period of time, while we further get back to where we would look to go overall as a district. And hopefully we will also get some additional support, hopefully from the state, because this is an area that has been brought up as well in terms of thinking about moving forward, the support that you would get, especially through that Title IV space. So those would be where we are right now, open to answering any questions, or if we want to move to next.
I'm gonna do the first shot here. Could you explain the extended time, no increase?
You want to talk about that?
Because that's actually new. These other things we voted along the way in some way, shape, or form about.
This is the only one that's new.
This
correct.
is the new one.
That's right.
We're just suggesting that we just suspend it for the year. Not all of it, but 2 million worth.
Suspend all of extended time or an increase in
2 million worth.
Just 2 million of it. Not all of it.
How do we, help me out with how we determine? I'm not against that. I'm not trying to, I'm trying to understand what 2 million would you be talking about? Well, how much does it cost in total?
It's on this sheet. So if we go back to, if you'll go back to the presentation and then go to the last slide, go to the sandbox. Keep going. Yeah, sandbox. Go back. Sandbox.
Quick on the draw over there.
All right, if you'll go to the second, the budget blocks worksheet. All right, and I don't know if it'll let you request from here extended time, but we would just scroll down until we get to extended time. So there are parts of extended time that are required by the CBA. And so if we look at in the amounts that's included there, it wouldn't include those areas that we're required to have, but extended time is time for additional pay, primarily for staff, for teaching staff outside of the workday. So that's time for additional areas in professional development, outside of the workday. Most of the professional development that we're doing right now, we're using the PD days that we have built in order to do that. And so this would allow us, at least for this 1 year, to reduce that amount.
Thank you.
You're
Questions?
welcome.
Comments? Folks?
I do have a question
Dr.
around
Prophet.
extended time. Is that what we're calling overload pay?
No, it's not. It's
No.
not remotely connected at all. So if we go to the very top, but Rob, if you'll go over to the left for me and just scroll up to the top. So when we look at these individual areas, we tried to list it, what we did with this early on in the sandbox. And so this information has not changed. We broke down each area in our total for our general fund. And we looked at what the cost was for that area. So if you look specifically, the cost for overload pay for teachers is $1.8 million. A little bit more, but 1.8 million. All of those things are a part of the CBA formula. So if you recall from our earlier conversations, one of the things that we shared is we were not bringing recommendations to the board at this time that had any impact or that were included in the CBA formula. So it's not the portion that's required that would be included in the CPA formula, but overload pay and extended time aren't the same thing. The overload pay is for teachers that have more students in their class than they should have, and they don't have the additional overload paras that go along with that. The extended time, and we only have so many options to work from as we think about balancing our budget. The extended time would give us an opportunity to conserve that $2 million for 1 year as we're thinking about working outside of the contractual time for items that are not a part of the CBA.
So can you tell me what is the total amount on average for extended time?
Yeah, give us a minute to find it on the list because right off the top of my head, I honestly don't know.
Member Matt, while they're looking that up, you have a question?
Thank you, President Bolton. So just more examples. So I know that you said professional development is an example of extended time, correct?
That's the main thing that it's used for outside of the workday.
Okay, are there other examples of what that would consist of though?
You are having a PD at the school, or you're having a PD that we are offering at the district, and we're doing it outside of a teacher's contractual work day. So they're paid a stipend to attend after hours or on Saturdays.
Okay, and so that is something that they are able to just attend maybe at their own discretion, or is that a requirement for them to attend?
Anything that would be required would be a part of the CBA, so that wouldn't be included as a part of that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Other comments, questions?
I do have one more question. Did
Member
we?
Moffett, and then we'll go to Lindy.
I apologize for
Are you-
stepping in front of you. Can you tell me, we had a proposal about cutting professional development before, as a recommendation from administration. Is this separate from that, or is this an addition to?
It is separate from that. The recommendation that we made from professional development before was a portion of the professional development that was included in ESSER, that was funded through ESSER. And so we made the recommendation then to remove that from ESSER.
Craig?
I just wanted to step a little bit back to the transportation part of the budget presentation and just, and part of the idea is the option that you are recommending is that model 4, which would have, I think it's model 4, which would have the students who were 4 through 6 and then 7 and 8 to that 1.5 distance. And I just maybe thinking about how does that work with, in some ways our 7th and 8th grade students slightly operate differently because potentially they're going into 9 through 12 will have kind of a different range at which some of those 9 through 12 students will be catching the bus and having to travel to get to it versus, or would that change any difference in that model there? Because I think that's the other thing I'm slightly concerned about. It's why I also not joyously love having 7th and 8th graders on yellow bus versus whereas 9 and 12 are on Metro, is that I think that does create some difficulties in that transition from a student who may have a different amount of space that they would have to go to catch the bus, or a different place they would catch the bus at from 8th grade to 9th grade year within our schools. And so I'm just wondering if that's any different for, as far as different distance that they would have to travel.
So we did not, because the initial proposal was just around 7th and 8th grade, we did not we hadn't had any discussion around any modifications for 9 through 12. So we didn't bring that back because all of our discussions had been around K-8. And so this was the breakdown of, by the grade levels, what that would mean in terms of what the reduction would be for the students overall.
Yeah, and again, all I'm kind of thinking about is there potentially a student who would be in 8th grade walking 9th grade Metro or vice versa. Like, would there be a student who in 8th grade, 7th and 8th grade, they would be 1.5 miles away, so they would walk, and then 9th grade year, would they still be considered like in that?
Thank you for the question. So right now, the walk distance for 9th through 12th grade is 1 mile. So in the example that you're referring to, the 7th and 8th grade students would walk 1.5 miles or 1.25 or whatever we recommend, if we recommend something different, to their yellow bus stop for this year. If they are riding the Metro, they would still, a 7th and 8th grade student that is riding the Metro would still have the 1 mile walk radius, because that's what they're doing now. That keeps them consistent with what they will do moving into the next year. If it's, if there is conversation that we feel that we need to have around a change for 9th through 12th grade, we can talk about that, but we did not bring that one in because all of the recommendations were around modifications for within the K through 8 space.
Yeah, and I think that's the only thing I'm kind of thinking about also when we think about some of these recommendations. I don't necessarily think it's bad, because I think they're changing buses anyway between 7th and 8th and 9 through 12. So I mean, it's a different process altogether. But I do think it's something to, to face the reality that we talked about, not moving 7th and 8th graders to Metro for the reason of it would be somewhat disruptive if we moved them into middle schools, to then have them transitioning back and forth.
Right.
I think the same can be made an argument around that. I don't know that that's the best. I think everything we're doing this year is really trying to fix what we have right now and trying to figure out how do we get through this process.
And trying to address the gap that we have in budget, because as we've said from day one, and I have said pretty publicly, and I know the treasurer feels the same way, we don't like any of the recommendations, right? That these are not recommendations that we collectively feel are, this is what we want to do. We did not want to spend this kind of time making these recommendations and having there be the concern around why we're making the recommendations. The reality is we have a gap to fill. And, the things that we have brought have been around trying to make certain that we maintain the integrity of what's happening in the classroom. So we've not talked at all about anything that has to do with any of the collective bargaining agreements. And most specifically, and to the questions earlier tonight, the questions have been around class size and those kinds of things. We share early on that anything that was not up to, during that time, that anything that was a part of the CBA, we were not bringing it as a part of these conversations. So what that means is at this point, everything around that we can bring as recommendations or proposals, that's what we are bringing. Everything that is around how do we make sure that we are not going to any of those other areas, because we recognize that would first have to get support from our unions, but secondly, it also has to be something that we feel good about and that the board supports, and we want to maintain the integrity of what's happening in the classroom. There is not a way for us to close the gap, however, without making cuts. And so that's kind of where we are now.
Comments? Member Matt? Nope. Go ahead.
Thank you, President Balton. So I'm looking at the transportation proposal for K through 8, and I appreciate the administration, you all working from a perspective of trying to find that middle ground, and it's not that all or nothing or black or white thinking. So thank you for just finding different ways to present this information to us. But in looking at this, I am still concerned or have reservations about the distance for at least our fourth graders. And I'm wondering, because it's still the recommendation possibly for 1.5 miles, right? So I'm wondering, has there been maybe some thinking around K through 4 still being at that maybe 1 mile or 1.25 miles versus the 1.5 miles, and maybe seeing what that would look like in terms of cost?
So we can go back and update, in any of the areas that we're looking at. I think what we would want from the board is, before I have the team go back and do the work around this, I really would like to know from the board whether or not there's support for thinking about a change in this area. Because if there is not, I don't want to have the team continue to work in this space and we continue to bring it back and we continue to be told, no, go back and find something else. I mean, we're bringing back and finding everything that we can at this point, and there isn't anything that everyone is going to be pleased with. So that's what I would like first, some kind of feedback from the board as to whether or not, it's something that we would consider, knowing where we are and the number of students. If you'll go back one more slide, Rob. One, right here. So the fourth grade students, if we look at collectively in the 4 to 6 population, we would then have to go into each one of those and then move the group that would be fourth grade. And I don't know, what that impact would be, but I think we would want to know that there is some level of support before we go back and spend the time just reworking data to bring back without support.
And I think that's fair. And I appreciate you saying that. So what I'm hearing you say is today, at least possibly for this, just wanting to know if there's support, and there may not be a decision on this today, but there's in terms of the transportation piece, but there's a possibility to have further conversation around this area.
Yes. But the other part of that is I would like to continue to bring back to the board that we have now been having these conversations since January the 27th. Yeah. And so when there is the critique that the administration has not provided information, the administration has. And so in terms of doing that, and even if the critique is, well, we don't like the choices. Well, I don't like the choices either. But we have a we started with the $90 million budget gap. And so everything has been looked at. Every part of the organization has been looked at one way or the other. And when we say that that's not the case, I think it's a bit disingenuous. So we just want to, so that's the information that I think I need so that we can identify, for the group. The other thing that I did want to also point out is the breakdown document that we included. That's been included in each one of the presentations, which goes back to the sandbox, because that gives us the total for each individual area and what we're paying in each of those areas. So as we begin to think about how we move the ball further down the field, that's the amount, like whatever that something is, that's the amount that it costs. So how do we then look at what kind of pairings we're doing, what kind of additional updates we're doing, what kind of modifications we're doing?
Absolutely. And I want to be clear, this is my question around that was not to minimize the work that you all are doing.
No problem.
Because I do think that you are working really hard. And so leading with, I appreciate the effort to make sure that there are still options, right, that are available for us to consider. And for me, just wanting to make sure that, and I'm sure for you all as well, making sure that our students are still at the forefront of this. And so and I'm speaking from a parent perspective, still thinking about a fourth grader walking that distance, that's a consideration for me, so.
I do understand, and I appreciate it. Thank you for your support.
Mr. Morosky.
Thank you, President Bolden. I would just say, I would be, to answer your question or directly, I would consider maybe 1.25, not the 1.5. I mean, it's still less than what it was when we went through and did all this in policy when you were on policy with me. And Ben, I believe, was the other, Mr. Lindy. We're getting down to the wire here and we have to do something. I mean, 2 miles is an absolute hard pass for me. So is 1.75. I mean, I'm a nut. I would walk my kid to school 5 miles, but he's eventually going to tell me to stop walking him to school probably, and I'll probably not want it to be 1.5 miles. But either way, 1.25 miles, 1.5 miles, just to answer you directly, I would be willing to consider it.
So we can go back to the slide that shows the amounts, because the other thing I think that we may want to consider in this space is whether or not the juice is worth the squeeze. And think if you'll go down to the one that shows the overall amounts. The next one right here. So if we go to 1.25, which is increasing by a quarter of a 1/4%, it's less than $200,000. Now, again, it's still something in terms of savings. I don't know collectively that would be worth the disruption, I'll say, to the overall group for less than $200,000.
I'm gonna, Mr. Lindy, I'm gonna go through this list based upon what the member Mapp said and what have you. You are looking for some votes tonight, not just whether there's a consensus or not. And the votes would be about the resource coordinators, which we voted on before.
We did. Than a 1 to 2 ratio, but it would get us closer to trying to get to close this gap and also serving the students.
And I appreciate you trying to figure this out. Again, I'm going to say what I've said twice before, that it's the hallmark of the district. And obviously what we've been doing has not been the right way to do it. We need to rediscover what the original concept was. I'm not really interested in trying to find ways to double up or whatever, but that's just me. Extended time, that you do want to vote on that tonight.
Correct.
And it sounds like you're saying if it's not 1.5, it might be too disruptive to do 1 1/4.
I'm not, when I look at the amount at a 1
Absolutely.
1/4, I don't know that it would be the most beneficial in terms of doing that kind of disruption, taking it back to the team for them to do the additional work around that, when if it's not going to be almost $1 million.
Well, and now you sound like a superintendent now.
I think I would like to think I sound like a superintendent all the time. So
You sound like a superintendent, so disruption for the amount of money. I like that. And then the custodians, when you say there's a vacancy, the vacancies is because the formula says there should be that many custodians.
that is correct.
And so if we're saying, so what you're saying is that, well, we're not cutting any people, but we are under staffing what at least the formula says.
So what the conversation really is about, when we looked at the breakdown in terms of the reductions, we would then go back and update the formula to meet what it is that we need in terms of the special nuances of buildings and those kinds of things. So the difference would be, when we initially had the conversation, we didn't have the number of vacancies in that space that we have. And so now it works out that there would be 8 individuals that if we did not find, a place for them in as a paraprofessional or as a possibility for food services, right? If we did not find places for them, then those 8 people would be displaced.
Was there any other item that needed to be voted on tonight?
Yeah, the other was, and again, this is just there are 6 vacancies for security. And so we would close those 6 vacancies, and then we would redo the formula. So individuals would get, and I look at CFT when I say this, because individuals would have to get updates when it comes to staffing in terms of security around that area, which is the trade-off for any kind of updates that we have to make after staffing sheets go out. Correct, that's AFSCME, but usually where I get the feedback from is from CFT around the staffing sheets.
Mr. Lindy.
Thank you, President Bolden. I think as we get closer to the wire, I keep thinking we've already passed the wire in terms of how long we have to get this done. But as it takes longer and longer, eventually we're going to be left with only two choices. We can adopt some recommendations that nobody loves, or we can lay off staff. I guess we have a third option, which is we can pass a budget that doesn't actually work in terms of the math. But I don't think that's a real option. And so, if it comes down to it, this is, like math that I'm sure has mistakes in it. But if we're looking at the resource coordinators, and it's either we save these 4 million by reducing from 65 to 39, maybe 49, I think it's either going to be that or reducing an equivalent amount of staff somewhere else, or we're passing a budget that is not balanced. And like we're eventually just going to have to make some of those hard decisions. And I think, I don't want to do either of those things. I think from my perspective, laying off CPS staff is only as an absolute last resort. So I would just share that I don't love many of these things, but I don't think the choice is do this or don't do this. I think the choice is do this or lay off enough CPS staff members to get to the same total number. And I would prefer to do these things to the layoff piece.
President Bolton, if I can just add one more thing as well. I think that there is also another piece to address simultaneously. And, there are still some areas that we are estimating what we think will happen in those spaces. And I'll give an example. Encumbrances, for example, may be one of those that we've looked at the past data for the last several years to see where we believe that we'll end up this year with encumbrances that were not used last year. If we determine that there is more funds there than we anticipated earlier, then we would also like to talk about what we bring back first. So for example, if that's the case, then one of my recommendations would be to bring back, like the security personnel first, and then to bring back, that kind of thing. So I think that that's another part of the conversation. We've been conservative in our numbers in at least a few of the areas because we just where we're monitoring the data, we've been able to make updates based on that monitoring. But at the very end, it may be a little bit better in that space than we expect, but we won't know that until the end.
Dr. Moffitt.
So I can appreciate all the work that's gone into coming back with the same information, just massaged a little differently. I can appreciate my colleagues' opinion around the decisions and the hard choices that we have to make. I'm going to just speak for myself. What this feels like to me, it feels like we've got the same recommendations, just massaged differently. And it feels as if pressure to want to have a conversation around resource coordinators and how many is masked behind, I just want to touch that number that we've already said we didn't want touched. I have a problem with security cuts. Now it's been explained that they're not really positions, they're vacancies. I'm a little confused on that around the same concept with regard to custodials as well. I don't want areas cut to those particular positions. And so for me, those would be non-supported. I think I submitted some things to our board president as requested for all board members, and they don't have these same things regurgitated over and over and over again. And I would like to see some discussion around a variety of things. I will tell you honestly, I have a problem with security at the school level when we're misusing security in other areas. And we can get into that later. But I think that I would feel comfortable around looking at some of the other suggestions from board members as well. In my core, I have a problem cutting $2 million when you can't give me an answer of how much we spend so that I can get the impact on how that's going to impact our staff that are teaching our children. So if we have that number, that would be most helpful. Like what percentage of that $2 million is the total that the staff professional development is what we're cutting. I feel this feels very uncomfortable for me. to continually and just consistently touch school stuff under guises of vacancies and things like that. It doesn't feel very comfortable. So for me, I'm very uncomfortable around 1.25 mile. I'm okay. I can go with that a little bit, but when you say that small cost may not be worth the work, or the juice may not be worth the squeeze, we had a recommendation for $30,000 for outdoor programming for transportation. So that's a significantly small number, but that was worth the squeeze. So I think every little bit is helpful to getting towards where we need to go. And I don't want to cut resource coordinators if we can help doing that. I don't know if I think that's a board decision that we give you a number of how many should be there. I think that should be what you all come back with, working with the $4 million and come up with some different proposals. But I think that the board seemed very clear, and maybe I misunderstand, but I was very clear around the votes to custodial security and resource coordinators not being impacted.
Okay, so
The treasurer has a response for the extended time in terms of a number. And I do want to come back and respond to the other part of the question.
sure.
So the fiscal year 24 budget for extended time, certificated extended time was $8 million. 2.4 of that is Schedule E, so that's not being recommended. The rest of it is in a whole bunch of different budgets. Some of it's in the union contractual obligations budget. So the 2 million would represent a good portion, the majority of what was left.
The other recommendation, just for clarity around the changes in the positions. As we talked earlier, the formulas are the only thing that we own. That's number one. Number two, in thinking about trying to maintain as many staff as possible, we went back and looked at where we have vacancies, so that we're trying to be responsive to the vacancy portion as well. So it's not just a matter of bringing it back, but it's also trying to maintain as much staff as we possibly can. And so if we look at it from the standpoint of vacancies and not interfering with individuals, then that will allow us to get closer to the mark. You are correct. What I said specifically around the transportation piece and the juice may not be worth the squeeze. The difference is that we're referring to students specifically, and not the $30,000 that you're referring to earlier was about additional programming for transportation. It was not about changing the walk distance for a number of students. So that was the overall difference in each one of them. You're welcome.
I think it's time that we either vote the whole package, or if we do it as we've been doing this line item by line item. So if we're gonna do it, I don't know if a package is fair. So how does anybody feel? We need motion makers and very, very quick voting. Yes, sir.
President Bolden, thank you. I think, given this is not my first choice, but given how important this is and given the diversity of opinions up here, my request would be that we vote individually.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Again, that is an act of,
Twice. All right. Of course, we lost Mr. Morosky.
he picks really good times to be out of the room.
Let's motion. Wait, here he comes. There he is. Okay, previously our motion maker was, I think, Mr. Lindy, the last time we did this.
I didn't say I'd be the motion maker. I just thought that we should have some motions.
The vice president will make the motion, and we need somebody for the second and tell us what the motion is. And we're going to go down the list, and we start with the custodians, I think.
Yes, so I'm going to make a motion that we are going to do each item individually. We will be voting on, and the first item will be custodians at over $1 million, including 8 people to help close the gap to the budget.
We have a second?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Craig, thank you. Madam Treasurer?
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy, Ms. Mapp,
Didn't work? There we go. Oh, it's blinking.
gotcha. Dr. Moffat, Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton. It's 5-2.
It's Brooks.
Abstain, did you say? So it's 4-2-1.
Yes.
Do I go to the next one? All right, I am going to make a motion in terms of transportation at 973,000 at the 1.5 mile walk for 4 through 8, and an increased saving for 9 through 12 to help close the gap of the budget.
Second.
Mr. Craig,
Yes. Wait, oh.
So in terms of these are the recommendations that we have right now, which we believe are the most aligned with where we go next. We have really cut everything else or look to reduce everything else that we could identify through that. So I couldn't ultimately say what the board would support or not, but those would be the next set of recommendations that we would bring, yes.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy, Ms. Mapp, Dr. Moffat, Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
No.
President Bolton. We got 3 yeses, 4 nos.
Next extended time.
I would like to make the motion in terms of extended time at a cost savings of $2 million to help close or reduce our budget. Extended time at a cost of $2 million.
Second.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy, Ms. Mapp, Dr. Moffat, Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg.
Yes.
President Bolton. 2 nos.
Okay.
Yes.
Good. And then next, the resource coordinator.
I would like to make a motion in terms of resource coordinators with a cost savings of over $4 million in regards to closing the gap to our budget.
I'll second, and then can we have some discussion, just to make sure I'm clear on what's being pushed out for this vote?
Oh, let me read. Reduced to 39, including CLCI, possibly up to 49 for at least this year. Currently, we have 65.
Okay, then yeah, second on that.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Abstain.
Dr. Moffat,
No.
Mr. Morosky,
No.
Vice President Weinberg,
No.
President Bolton.
No. Fails.
Fails.
And I make a motion for the last item of security with a cost savings of $274,728 for 6 vacancies not to fill and to reorganize where positions go as necessary.
Second.
I have a discussion question. So I want to make sure, Superintendent, on this particular one, it's not laying off anyone. It's 6 vacancies. So whatever we have filled will stay filled.
That's
So-
correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I ask another question, President Bolton? So, Superintendent Wright, you also said it's the possibility that the security can return depending on like the amount of encumbrances?
There would be a lot more challenge now because we have more that we have to go back and figure out first. But once we're able to do that, that's where we would have to go next.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat,
No.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton. 6-1. Yes, ma'am. So starting with the first vote was the custodians that passed. The second vote was transportation at 1.5 miles. That failed. The third one was the extended time in 2 million. That passed. The fourth one was the resource coordination. That failed. And then security passed. 6 vacancies.
If I may add that we started with the $90 million deficit, and with the support that the board has given tonight, that takes us to $4.5 million to close the gap. Correct. And on our documents that we do have online, they're all open. And so it shows all the way through, and we will look at, after we get to the gap close, we will look at how we repackage that. Because if individuals have not been following us in the meetings, or they have not attended any of our sessions, it may not be as easy for them to follow. For the ones that have, they're able to look at it and see where the updates are. But for others, we will work on how we begin to message once we get to the gap closed.
President Bolton, they cannot hear you. Your mic, you gotta use the mic. That might be good, but.
So we'll move on. I think we've completed this part of the effort. And as we move on, we will go to, let's see, we've got this. We have a proposed consent agenda has been distributed. Treasurer Wagner, if you would maintain any of the lists of exceptions to the consent agenda and the exception makers, that would be great. So I'll suggest we have a motion and a second to accept, if we can, the consent agenda as published and distributed.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Let's have a vote. We're having no exceptions.
Oh,
Discussion.
I do have exceptions.
I have a question. Is it?
You want me to share my exceptions? Okay. Okay. So I would like
This
to.
is discussion.
Okay. I would like to abstain from the revised minutes from the audit. So 1 through 10. And then I would also like for the student achievement committee report, I would like for there to be a revision stated in terms of the comments about my question for retaining third graders. I would like for there to be more specificity. And the question was inquiring about what was the Board of Education's determination about retention. So I think the way that it reads currently is a little misleading. So I would like a little bit more clarity and specification around that in the notes. And then lastly, the treasurer's report for the donations, I would like to abstain from line items 12 and 13.
Thank you, Member Mapp. Treasurer, did you get all the exceptions?
I'm not sure I captured everything under the student committee change, SAC, right?
Yes. Yeah, so it's pertaining to the minutes. It was a statement in the minutes that stated Ms. Mapp asked about third grade retention. And so the way that it reads to me currently, it feels a little misleading. So I would just like more specification stated in the notes around what was actually stated. And was the question about what was the Department of Education's decision around the third grade guarantee test.
Got it. Thank you.
Well, we have an opportunity with those exceptions duly noted and the exception maker duly noted. I think we can pull one of those from the consent agenda and we can deal with it at another time. And that's the one we want an explanation.
I just wanted to be reflected differently in the minutes, if that's okay. I don't necessarily need an
Let's pull
explanation
that
around it.
one, and then the others can just remain as exceptions, so we
Okay.
can vote.
Mhm.
Any other exceptions?
This is, thank you, President Bolden. It's not an exception. I just wanted to confirm I understood something correctly. With all the revised minutes that are being proposed tonight, I've had a chance to thank our board staff for how hard they've, Pat in particular, for how hard she's worked on this. I just wanted to check. My understanding is that there's, this is a cleanup effort, and that there aren't, I spot checked a couple of these, but I did not read start to finish all of them. That this is cleaning up typos, things that didn't make sense, formatting problems, not substantive. I'm trying to distinguish that from substantive differences.
That's correct. We realized with the transition of, we found some mistakes and we asked Pat to go back and look at all of them during the time period that person worked on them.
And they were like committee reports were missing from the minutes,
Yes, exactly.
those kinds of things. Thank you. No exception.
Right. Has a question. Thank you. You have a question? You don't have to answer it. It's been answered.
That are in there now,
That were missed.
some votes, some things, addendum.
Come up Does that answer?
That's just my question. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Pat. All right, any other questions? We have a question on the floor. Did you? Good. Were you just pointing out that Pat came in?
I was just pointing out that Pat came in, but I have are we just, I don't want to pull anything. I just have a couple questions about the superintendent's recommendation and the treasurer's report. Do we talk about them or do I have to officially pull them? In a consent agenda? Well, I just have a couple questions.
Ask. Or we pull the items for a later time.
No, I just want to ask 2 questions, one from each. Okay, so can you explain, under the superintendent's recommendations, there are 4 pages of overload pay. Can you explain the overload pay? And I know you touched on it a little bit, we're having a significant amount of overload pay each recommendation. What is that from?
We would have overload pay each time because the teachers are paid for the overload pay within within their cycle period. So they're not paid for it like we pay stipends all at one time. They're not paid for it that way. They're paid for it quarterly in terms of their overload pay. So we would have, so the teachers that earn the overload pay, as they earn that pay, they're paid for that versus giving them a stipend all at one time.
Well, I guess I'm asking about the number. Is it normal to have a significant number, like 4 pages of overload pay? Is that indicative that we have some class size limits, or, you know, or what is that indicative of?
It is, so to answer the first part of the question, if I think about previous minutes where we've had overload pay or previous superintendent's recommendations where we've had overload pay even before me getting here, that's pretty consistent with what overload pay has looked like.
Okay.
The second part of that is in terms of whether or not, I mean, we still have vacancies, even though we're lower now than we have been. We have, I believe it's 35 core vacancies and a little over 40 non-core vacancies, which collectively that's lower than we've been in the last several years. But it's still a concern. And so as the numbers go up in the classroom, the options become the overload pay. And then we also have the overload paras that come in as well. So we have two different, at one number, you get the overload pay and then it goes to the additional para.
And the overload pay is because they are operating without a para.
The overload pay
right?
depends on the number of students, and it's actually the piece before they get to the para. And so it's like in between. And I want to make sure that part is accurate.
Okay.
In terms of the numbers, it's right between that. So they'll get overload pay. And then if it's another student, so to speak, depending on the numbers, then they would get the overload para.
Okay. And then for the treasurer's report, there on page 6, there's just a bunch of then and nows. And I know that we've had significant conversations, both in budget and on the floor in the business meeting around the then and nows. Can you talk about why we're seeing that and what you shared that you were going to be putting some processes in place to reduce those then and nows? So can you define what a then and now is, and then what's the process that's in place to reduce that number? Because it doesn't look like it.
So a then and now is a certificate that I have to sign. I do it electronically, but it says the money is there then when the district got obligated, and it's there now to pay the bill. And it occurs when a district employee incurs an expense without you going through the proper purchasing regulations. They don't get a purchase order first. They just pick up the phone, call a vendor and say, hey, I need 5. This is the vendor ships them. They send us an invoice and I don't have a PO to pay it. So that creates the then and now. If it's under $3,000, I can go ahead and do it. If it's over $3,000, I need board authority to pay that bill.
Gotcha. And did we establish a
So
process?
What we're doing to help this situation is we created a class, Finance 101, started with all the principals and now the central office people. And then we're just adding more and more people to it. The second thing is we have a QI team that's working on improving that process. So, and then the third thing is I'm about to unveil, I think next week, a leadership team dashboard that shows financial non-compliance data. And so that we can start chasing those high traffic areas down.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Member Mapp. Thank you, President Bolton. Treasurer Wagner, I just wanted to call out because I don't think I did for that, for the extension for the donations. It was on page 13.
Right. So, now I have a motion to accept, pass with the exceptions duly noted and exception makers duly noted. Can we pass in a vote now? We've done a motion for the accept it, and then we had it. So we've had a motion and a second. I want to have a motion now to accept the exceptions, I guess, to accept the exceptions.
I think
it could be a
be
friendly amendment for the motioner and the seconder.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Let's
So the
do that.
motioner was Mr. Morosky and Mr. Lindy was the seconder.
Yeah, I'm fine. That's fine.
Good.
That's fine with both of our motion makers.
It doesn't matter what I think, just Mr. Morosky, like most things.
I disagree, Mr. Legacy.
All right,
Okay,
then.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat,
Yes.
Mr. Morosky.
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes, and now we'll move on to inquiries and updates. And we have a number of inquiries. I'm going to start with mine because it's very easy. Because we've started to deal with it previously, and it's referring to the School for the Creative and Performing Arts, federal and state tech monies and requirements. I think the administration dealt with that with the board at an earlier date. So I think that can be removed from tonight's discussion. And then we have Member Moffat, you have a summer school. And before we get to summer school, I'd like to just do mine again, which is, well, that's board matters. So, okay, inquiries for it. Summer school.
I think that it was just about what was the plan for summer school so that parents can, if we have a plan, what is the plan? Is it going to be at each individual school? How does that going to look? I think you shared a little bit via email, but you have more specificity.
Actually, I shared the presentation, the entire presentation with the board, and did ask the question as to whether or not we wanted to include that in conversation for tonight. So for the presentation that was shared, we would look to do the presentation at the next COW meeting if the agenda allows for us to do it then. We would start this week. We were going to start on the 5th, but we wanted to give opportunity for whatever question that there was tonight before we did that. Specifically, the grade levels that we are looking at for summer school is third grade students that do not have a promotable score on the Ohio State test. And so they would be the primary population that we would start with. And for 9th through 12th grade students, initially we talked about recovery for 11th and 12th grade students when we went back and did some additional conversation with the high school principals and looked at the data. We see a greater challenge for our 9th grade population in terms of them actually getting the coursework that they need. And so we want to make sure that they have an opportunity to recover it. We included all 9th through 12th grade students. And there is a small population just because of previous information and previous practice that's happened at Walnut Hills. There is a small population of 7th and 8th grade students that would be addressed through their specific program. We did include, as we did last year, so this is the same for last year, we did include the option of acceleration courses as well. We have 3 main areas that students do acceleration in during the summer, and that's the PE and health area. And so we're offering those options for them as well so that it gives them more opportunity to have the additional space during the school year to take other courses. In terms of what was said, in terms of the cost, I can pull that up as well. That was sent in the information for the board. Give me just 1 second, I'll pull it up. I'm trying to get to it. Okay, so in terms of the cost that was provided, we looked at the overall adjustments and what the cost was this year as compared to the other years. It is on, and I'm talking about something right now that's not on the slide information that we had. I thought the cost was included here as well. We actually shared, if you go up to slide number 2, that shows the mixed purpose and participation in prior years. We started with summer of 2018. The cost in 2018 was $7 million. The cost last year was $5 million. For 19, 20, and 21, it was 7 million, almost 9, almost 13, 15 million, and then 5 for last year. So that was the information for the prior years as well. In terms of the breakdown of the schools and the times as was shared, The summer school times would be June the 3rd through the 26th. The time for the elementary students would be a 2.5 hour block in the morning. We do have designated sites, and the daily schedule would include breakfast for the students, and it would include the academic recovery specifically to reading and ELA, because that's what they're coming to summer recovery for. And we also included the sites in terms of where we would be. The elementary school students would be assigned based on where they live, not where they attend not where they attend school now. So they would attend the site that's the closest to where they live. And that's on slide 10. You're welcome.
I would just add to that what you touched on a couple hours ago when we were talking about summer school. I think it makes sense from a messaging and marketing angle that we stop referring to it as summer scholars, because that was a very different program than what we're talking about now. There's no reason to confuse anybody to think that there's going to be that kind of service at this time when we have such financial constraints. So I think you were calling it summer.
I called it summer recovery. I think the only space where, and we can organize, because we can send two different sets of information, because there are some students that would, I mentioned PE and health, and those would be the courses that would be for acceleration. And we did have several students that did that last year, but everything else would be for recovery.
Okay, so if we can figure out what to call it, I
We
think it
can.
would be great to change that title. So take care of your summer school issue.
Yes.
Member Mapp, you had a
Yes.
question?
So Superintendent Wright, I know this is probably not necessarily in your scope, but considering the constraints that we have with the summer recovery and not offering like enrichment programs, are we able to provide any resources to our families pertaining to that? So maybe with our partners, just so that families still feel that they have, resources available for their children.
Thank you for the question. So one of the things that we are pulling together now, so that we will be able to put it on our website, is we've talked to several partners across the city to get the information, people that we already partner with, that we know their programs and we support it. There are some individuals that have programs that we don't know enough about the program, or the partner or the person that's doing that program. But for other partners, we've started collecting their information so that we can make it available to families for other opportunities that could be out there for them for the summer.
Thank you. That would be extremely helpful. I know trying to find, summer programs is a lot. And so thank you for offering that information.
Thank you.
But we're not offering it. We're going to just share the information with our families.
We're sharing it, and we're going to share it on our website. So it's like where you can go for other, we're not offering it, but where they can go to do additional, for example, CET PBS is offering programming. The library is offering programming. So we're still in the process, because it's pretty massive, but we're in the process of collecting as much information as we can so that we can share that with families.
Questions, comments? We'll go to board matters. I have one there. It's easy. We've received work plans, I think, from all the board committees, but we don't necessarily have a work plan for our student achievement and district performance. If somebody would like to volunteer to work on that, I would be appreciative. Yes, sir. Volunteering? Anybody want to volunteer with Mr. Lindy to work on a work plan for the student achievement district? Okay, you can do 3. You got 2. All right, Vice President. All right, thank you. Duly noted. That's mine. You're next. Joint city. Oh, here.
There was discussion. It's that time of year again where we have our quarterly meeting in collaboration with the city and for our joint CPS city council meeting. And so it was proposed, or at least offered, as April the 30th. Does that day work for, we need at least 4 board members. That's the Healthy Neighborhood meeting.
What's the date?
April the 30th.
Check calendars.
We had let's see. we had a May 14th date, but that did not work for the vice mayor. But does that April 30th maybe work? Gotcha.
Superintendent, treasurer,
Thank you for asking. It does work. It does work for me.
Okay.
what time?
I'm gonna have Miss Phyllis finish coordinating that. I just said that I'd bring it back up. And we'll go with the 30th if that works. I mean, if that works for them. It will be probably down at the city again.
Like 5, something.
Yeah, it was like 5:30. Same time as before.
Treasurer, good? All right, hopefully we have enough members that can do that. That's great. That takes care of that. We have then the issue again, recurring issue. Mr. Morosky wants to remind us that it's time to find different names.
And this one is specific to Lighthouse again, and I think I'm just gonna make an assignment instead and then put it to bed.
Give it to-
So I'm gonna do an assignment. I'll wait till then,
Okay.
and then I'm gonna go to bed.
I'll hear you. All right, that's.
Oh, it's for you. Oh, yeah.
Vice President?
So hopefully this is an assignment. I know that superintendent already discussed that you were going to go back out to Chase, correct? Or did you, I mean Carson, excuse me, Carson, that you were going to go back out to Carson?
Our team is going tomorrow.
Yes, so I may not need to make this assignment, but I was just going to make it in light of, hearing everything that was brought to our attention today. Just making sure that we can check into the modular use or whatever they were suggesting, trying to figure out cost, figuring out, I don't know, would the boundaries obviously need to come back to us or how would that go? I just want to help them out because I felt just really bad just hearing about everything. So I don't know what your plan was or what you plan on doing tomorrow with your team in terms of looking at everything and the cost.
So I think that as we visit the school, again, it would be going more specifically to some of these spaces that they refer to. And modular units generally are not an option for us. There's not space at the school to actually put an additional location, and there are some other requirements around that. I know this isn't the time for us to discuss it, but if we are having conversations around any kind of boundary changes, and as CFT president said earlier, Carson has been a challenge in terms of spacing for a long time. So this is not something that happened since May of 2022. It is something that we've tried to address this year with looking at we started last year with addressing it. And that really started by looking at the numbers of students that were there that didn't live in that school's attendance area. And then this year we went back to the same thing. So the first thing that the team is also doing is cross-referencing the numbers that we see in the system so that as we go to the building, we're looking at cross-reference. I think what I can provide to the board would be what we're recommending or what we will be proposing in terms of how we're going to try to help address the issue.
Perfect. So an update. Thank you.
So is that an assignment or that's just
So it's probably not an assignment. It would just.
okay, an
I
update?
will ask for
Okay.
an update. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Morosky, assignment?
Thank you, President Bolton. To probably the superintendent and perhaps the general counsel, I'm just gonna, and we can discuss it. If we don't like it, we can vote it down. I'm just gonna assign that whatever the process is, and Mr. Hoying knows better than me, create a resolution or whatever it is to rename Lighthouse School Dr. Odell Owens School. Just create it. And if y'all hate it, we can talk about how much we hate it. Because we talked about that it's the only name that has kept coming up over and over. So it's like 3 years past due now. So give us something to talk about.
So is this two different assignments or this goes back to the first assignment that you gave on the renaming?
What, is there an update on that assignment?
Oh, no, just right now, the
Oh, no, that's
renaming
it.
Lighthouse. This
That's
is
it.
two together, that the Lighthouse would become
Odell
Dr.
Owens.
Odell Owens.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. Resolution.
Mr. Craig?
So just an assignment, and I think this is more for getting clarity as to operations kind of going forward with regards to how the board communicates to our direct reports. And so just kind of getting a clarity of a discussion that we can have at least at the next board meeting with regards to how the board kind of communicates and gives out assignments or directions to the direct reports and the staff within the district. I think it's a helpful thing for us to revisit, given we're already talking about other board protocols that we're going to be looking at anyway. So it'd be helpful just to have that discussion as maybe something we can add to the agenda for the next board meeting. So.
Thank you. Yes.
I kind of want to find out about the increased enrollment potential at Spencer, and if we are indeed turning students away, what is the plan for next year? I heard 100 students possibly. That concerns me that there are 100 students that could qualify that cannot be there for space. And then what are some of the options, if that number is actually correct, what are some of the options so that we don't turn those students away? What does that look like?
And I have an assignment. Anybody else has any? My assignment would be, I continue to have some concerns expressed to me from the field, so to speak, regarding the use of title dollars. So I would like the administration to prepare for us a memo as to how we are now going to be using our title dollars. I think we've been voting consistently about that, but how the administration's planning to use our title dollars. And then also, how would schools be planning to be or have used those title dollars in the past? Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Just for, if I were, I'm not gonna, I was gonna hypothesize about a question our new board member, Matt, might have about what's the difference between an assignment and a request for information, given the different requests that people have just made. But I think it's my question too. All right, I want you to, just like, I think what I'm hearing are a lot of different requests for information. We can return to this distinction at a future point in time, but I think the bylaws make some nice new definitions that are new since last year, that people can make these kinds of requests for information anytime. And they're totally appropriate and totally legit things for board members to ask about. But I also wanted to just clarify, I didn't hear an assignment about the document that was on board docs, President Bolton, about budget suggestions, recommendations. And I did not hear an assignment about the ad hoc response and thoughts needs discussion document. And it might be because we're going to bring that up next time, given the hour. I just wanted, for the sake of the record, to be clear on what was or was not getting assigned.
I appreciate you reminding me, because I mentioned it earlier in the meeting. Yes, it would be my hope, and if the rest of the board agrees, first of all, the difference really between an assignment and a request for information is that the assignment has to be agreed to generally by the board. And a request for information can be an individual making that request. That's basically the big difference between an assignment and an information. But assignments also have to be made in public, in the presence of the public. I would also suggest, if you're right, I forgot to add to my assignment issue, is that there are two documents that have been presented tonight and put on board doc last Friday. One is the chart regarding ad hoc needs discussion, and the other one includes budget recommendations, suggestions, and proposals. And it would be very helpful if, as best is possible, the administration would be able to answer questions regarding the kinds of savings or costs that those represent, as well as for ad hoc chart to be able to come back on the 17th and be able to discuss that chart. I think would be reasonable, because I think we arranged earlier this evening that we're probably going to have our committee of the whole on the April 17th be an actual business meeting for some reasons of voting, if I recall correct. So that would be it. Some of those suggestions for budget, I think if we can find better pieces of how much they would perhaps save cost or what have you. And the other is to be able to come back to having thought about what's on that chart regarding needs discussion. Thanks for reminding me.
So to clarify, just what I was hearing is this is not a go do these things. It is come back with a response to these things, come back with a response to these questions for a future meeting.
For the meeting of April 17th, where we will do some more voting, because it's going to become a business meeting, because we earlier this evening talked in terms of that need for it to be a business.
I'm sorry, what are we referring to right now?
The two documents that were on board docs and were at the people's seats, that one is needs discussion, the ad hoc chart that is color coded with whatever, and then the other one is the several pages of board proposals, discuss, let's see, what's it called? Budget suggestions and recommendations for review, April 5th. And that is to come back with some of those that would represent some savings or costs to react to these suggestions.
If I could ask one question, is it possible, because I received some questions about this document, is it possible that we can just clarify that these are board budget suggestions?
It's people using the board to present additional information, as we have been advised any number of times. If you don't vote for this, then what are you going to vote for? What are you suggesting? And some of these are suggestions from the community. Some of these are individual board members suggesting these items. And some of it is probably internally, people not necessarily willing to put their name on something internally to suggest particular changes.
I'm just asking for clarity that they didn't come from administration, because one of the questions that I received today was why we include, that's correct. And I didn't. So if there is a way to clarify, that it's not an administrative document.
I got the same question a couple of times. And
Okay.
no, this is superintendent's been suggesting things since January 27th. And those are her suggestions. And then these other suggestions have been, people have used the board to forward these ideas. Madam Treasurer?
I just wanted to alert the board that neither Mike or I will be here. We'll be in Columbus on the 17th.
Okay, thank you. But that would not necessarily prevent you from putting some numbers together but wouldn't be able to discuss it or justify it or what have you.
How many pages?
Or participate in the discussion.
And we won't, we could probably cost some of the stuff out, but we won't be here to discuss.
That would be great. Member Knapp, then we'll go to Mr. Lindy.
Okay, thank you, President Balta and Board Member Lindy for making that clarification. I do want to echo what Vice President Weinberg stated about Carson. I do look forward to hearing that information because I know that it has been challenges, and I hold Carson dear to my heart doing work there. So hopefully we are able to see some changes in terms of the enrollment. Would you be able to present that information, just some of the information that you may receive tomorrow at the next meeting, do you think?
I can provide the update that way. But I do think that, as a part of the overall ad hoc recommendations, one of the first ones that was there was about, President Bolton alluded to this earlier, but some of the recommendations were about changing boundary lines, looking at the district in terms of changing boundary lines. I had not heard and would need some direction from the board as to whether or not, when we start piecemealing, changing boundaries, is that the most efficient way for us to do that? And so I would need some direction because I had not had any anticipation that we would be looking to change boundary lines for schools for this upcoming year. I think it goes back to the same engagement conversations that occurred previously and might cause some challenge. So I would need some direction from the board around that if that is indeed what we are expecting to have happen.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily anything that I'm proposing. I'm just interested in knowing, from members at Carson, whether it's the LSDMC or different teachers, the administration, just some of those challenges and some of the findings that you identify when you go. And then my other question was around the ad hoc recommendation. So I know that it's the request for the treasurer's office to come up with information about the cost that's associated with some of these. Is that just for the two recommendations, or is that for all of the recommendations?
The assignment is to, first of all, come up and do some costing as best they can for the budget suggestions and recommendations for review. And some of the ad hoc could be also financial requests as well. And some of them aren't financial requests, but both of those documents will be before us on the 17th, as well as the superintendent pointed out, what's already on the 17th for the committee of the whole. And I think the importance, want to say something about the boundary lines. Yes, it doesn't make sense to make boundary lines school by school by school. It has to be a comprehensive effort, whether it's east side, west side, or central, or whether it's the whole district. The superintendent's correct to suggest that you can't piecemeal it for one school and then see what happens. I honestly do believe that building in grandfathering would allow us to begin to do that redrawing that would start to have an impact as from a standpoint of grandfathering, if you would, those people that are currently at the, I mean, that's the way we've done it before. You grandfather the new lines. And that gives you a jump start, but we can talk about that on the 17th instead of at midnight tonight. But yes, sir.
Thanks, President Bolden. I have some concerns about the budget suggestions, recommendations for review document. When it came to board docs on Friday, I hadn't seen any of it before, and a lot of this I don't understand, and I'm unclear about where it's coming from. And I'm also concerned about, I have no idea whether these things take a small amount of work or an enormous amount of work, and we're asking for a turnaround on 9 days on them. And so to me, this feels just an enormous amount about this document I don't understand. And it feels strange, unusual, and unfair to ask for an enormous amount of work on something when there's that much, at least from my perspective, not understanding what it is or where it came from. And so I'm all for let's get started. But could we have a little bit of grace or understanding that
Get done what you can get done.
or that, you know, like there's some I also want to be really clear that this has not been voted on as something that the board wants or is asking for. And if we want to have that vote, that's fine, but I've got an enormous amount of questions about it, and it's 10:34.
What do you want to do? I just gave 2 assignments based upon 2 documents that were introduced on Friday. And they do represent, for those of us that have been following and going along, whether it's in committee or hearing the public or in our own participation here, these are some suggestions, both from a standpoint of recommendations or proposals, as well as some general comments and initiatives as we start to build the budget. I think the administration should be able to get what they can get done, and what they don't get done, they don't get done. But you're the one that has consistently for 3 meetings now, told us that if we don't take whatever the superintendent is giving us, then we're going to be laying people off. Here are other suggestions that have come to us by any number of means or manners in discussion, besides what the superintendent is recommending. So you're the one that keeps framing it that we're going to lay a bunch of people off if we don't do exactly what the superintendent wants us to do. Superintendent's brought stuff since January 27th. Some of it is new, some of it is not new. Some of it's been presented 3 times. Here are some other suggestions. And so this would be the assignment. If the board doesn't want to make this assignment, then we can pull it off, and we can pull the ad hoc off too. But to me, I think that these are reasonable things to ask, because these are other suggestions.
Sorry for the mic. You asked me what I'm asking for. I'm asking for what, from the administration's perspective, feels doable on the timeline suggested.
So just starting to, if you'll scroll through, Rob, and if you'll just scroll, just so I can see the sheet. Honestly, when this was put on board docs, I wasn't sure if I wasn't certain. I thought it was for discussion tonight, so I didn't know that there was anything that we were doing with it. Looking through it, I think we'll go through and respond to as much of it as we can. It looks like it looks like a combination of ideas and questions and thoughts and many things that have already been done. And so I think that we can, some of these things, just looking at as we're going through it, some of them are things that have already taken place because of the reductions that we've already made. As I'm looking through positions, most of them are in terms of that. When I address the security position, because it continues to, I see it up there on the list. I think that that's one to talk through because I actually changed a position that was in my office when I came and added that position to security to have the position that I have right now. And I moved that out. And so that was something that was clarified then in terms of, you're welcome, in terms of being able to address, I see it on the list. So we'll do as much as we can. I mean, I'm still looking through all of it, but we will do as much of it as we can. In terms of the other document, the information that's in red, is that what we're responding to? Or that's just what the
I think,
the treasurer is doing costs
I
around?
think the color coding is whatever was original. The red is additional discussion that's come up. And what's in green is some guess, if you will, as to, is there a cost to this?
So
I
the
mean,
red is
treasurer
from
would
the
be looking
board?
at the green, I guess, and you'd be looking at the red.
The green is what? No, the red is what was from, so the black is our response. The
That's
red
the
is the
original.
response from the board.
That's responsive.
And then the green is what we're looking for the treasurer to cost out. I do believe that, and now is not the time. I mean, it's almost 11 o'clock. But I thought I was very clear on where we were going next in terms of the process for ad hoc. And now I don't know if I'm clear. And so maybe we can come back in terms, because what we talked about was around ad hoc had done the work. We had the areas where there were questions. We were going to come back together, I thought, and talk through those questions and get clarity on those things. And then we were going to move forward with the other areas. I'm hearing now some different things, so I'm not sure.
No, it's all the same. It's
Okay.
the way you divided all of the recommendations into three portions.
Right?
One that you agreed with, the administration agreed with, one that you said needed discussion. And when it needs discussion, it may need discussion with the people sitting out there in the suits. It also means needs discussion among the board members as well. So that was the second group, and that's where this chart is. The first of supporting was a resolution that we passed, and that was giving you direction based upon that. Then the third, nobody's dealt with that. Those are the schools where there would not be change.
The needs discussion from us was from the board, was clarity from the board on what was in those spaces. So when it said needs discussion, we needed clarity from the board in terms of next. So is the one in the red, the clarity from the board on those areas, or these are just the ones that we agreed to so far?
No, the ones, if it's, I looking at it, red, three groups, one was a resolution because you supported it.
Got it.
You got direction and
Mhm.
you're doing it. The second was needs discussion. We interpreted it as needing board discussion and board discussion with administration. And that's this chart. That's all these items were those things from the big chart that you all created that needed discussion.
That will then come back at another board meeting for us to discuss as a group. Okay, I think I have it. Okay.
Same thing.
I don't,
What don't you
I
understand?
don't know. I think I'm really confused about a number of things. The previous documents, I guess this commentary that the board has, the board is making this assignment, but it feels very much like maybe an individual making the assignment. We haven't had discussion around it. I mean, I reviewed it, but I don't know what's in it, and to hear that the administration doesn't know what's in this, yeah, the budget suggestions, recommendations for review. So I don't know. We're making it an assignment, but we haven't had, I guess, discussion around it. And I was under the impression as well that that would be a topic of discussion for our meeting today.
Well, considering we spent what time we did doing all this other stuff, this did not come up. And people, I think, felt that they didn't want to have to make any votes about this. Be great to have a discussion about it, but we also had all that other stuff to discuss as well. So, and the presentations as part of it. I'm not sure what is not understood. The ad hoc chart, I will explain it one more time, that it's from the chart. It's from the chart from January 27th that the administration broke down all of ad hoc into 3 groups. The first group was supporting, and we made a resolution, and we've already directed the superintendent to do something about those. The second group was needs discussion. That is how the administration categorized it, not us. The administration categorized it as needs discussion, and she's asked us to have discussion, and we're going to have that discussion. And now we've created this chart that also has captured some of the discussion that's occurred as a result of what we've been doing. And the third group was that these schools don't get impacted. And now for this other item that I'm sure has caused quite a stir is the budget suggestions and recommendations for review. These are items that have either come through committee over the last year, through the community, through our own discussion, board-wide discussion, or has been submitted to us by people inside the school district with ideas that they didn't necessarily want to have to come here and say in front of everybody and God, which is part of our role. Our board members didn't want it individually.
And I guess that's fine. I guess my concern is it feels very much like we're pushing something through versus having the genuine or organic conversations around these things. And so to hear that we're making the recommendation for it to be an assignment, but as a collective, we haven't had, or at least I'll say for me, I don't feel that we've had thorough discussion around it because this is a new document. Unless it was before my tenure, this feels very new and we haven't had conversation around it. And even if we have a lot on our agenda, is it possible for this to just be a conversation or a discussion at the next meeting without the assignment request?
No, because we need additional information to have a reasonable discussion. And so that's what we've given the administration to do, is we've asked them to look at this. Vice President?
Yeah, I think just to follow up off of Board Member Mapp. So with these particular suggestions and recommendations, I know that the superintendent said that she would look through those. And I think providing the answers or some additional information can then go into an even more dialogue with the board members in terms of what can be done or what is even a possibility. So I know President Bolton stated that this came from community members, it came from board members. I think there was an ask at some particular meeting where if there were some suggestions, I know the superintendent also asked each and every one of us if we had additional recommendations in terms of what would we recommend in terms of for the budget. So I know that this looks like a lot and I don't think that this is all going to come back saying yes, 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 but it'll allow for further discussion even more.
Well, I also appreciate that, but I guess I'm trying to understand the formalized process. So even if Superintendent Wright stated that she's looking for recommendations from us as a board, I guess I'm looking for the formalized process that we have where we have those conversations and those discussions and we identify these are the things that we would like to see in terms of the assignment versus information coming from several different sectors and we're not aware of that.
Part of our function is to represent the community and represent those people that we can possibly represent. These are things that have been brought via individual board members, via committee work through the year. And I just keep repeating myself on that. Here is a list. And we submit the list for the superintendent and the administration to look through this list and get as much work on it as they possibly can.
Yeah. And I wholeheartedly understand representing our community, but I think that I don't know if there's not enough conversation that's happening in the open meeting for us to be, I mean, this is fairly new for me. So yes, we represent our community, but we have those conversations during the meeting. I mean, that's just my, I don't know, my take on it, but
No, I totally understand what you're saying from that standpoint, but we have had public discussion about the same items since January 27th. That we've had plenty of public discussion about the same items. Some of these are the same items that have been passed, they're there. And some of these are brand new items that we've not had a discussion about. And I'm going to go to Vice President. Member Moffett.
Just asking a quick clarifying question from Board Member Mapp. What are you suggesting then with this material, this information?
Thank you for that question. My suggestion was before we move it to an assignment, we bring it back at the next board meeting as a discussion because it was already on the agenda as a discussion topic.
And even though the superintendent has already stated that she will go ahead and do what she needs to do with it, you would like to still bring that in?
I'm big on processes.
No, absolutely. I just want to make sure that I understand.
The processes of things, and I'm just not grasping how that's happening.
So that's fine. That's why I was asking, what did you suggest? So that's your suggestion. Thank you.
So in short, I think we need to further clarify for Board Member Mapp that as an assignment, we all have to agree. But as a request for information, any board member can make a request for information. And I think maybe that just like any board member can devise a resolution. So I think that there may be some confusion. I don't know, but I don't want there to be any confusion around, hey, we have to all agree that this has to be an assignment. This is a collection of ideas from a multitude of places so that it can assist the administration in making some budget cuts. The administration has stated multiple times that this is all that they can think of, this is all that they can do, and they have redundantly brought back the same things. So I don't know as a board member, how much does it cost, for instance, if we were to just, the district car and the driver for the superintendent, how much does that cost? How much of a savings would that be? How much does it cost if we were to create a review a list of employees whose contracts are expiring? How much does that cost? So we can come back and have a discussion, but if there's no new information, which the administration has, then we can't really have a very useful discussion and it would be redundant. So this is an attempt to say, hey, are there items on this list that come from a variety of sources that perhaps you could put a dollar amount to so that we can reduce the budget by the additional $4 million. Some of them are probably suggestions that maybe the administration doesn't want to make. Some of them are maybe considerations that maybe the administration can say, hey, this is how it's written, but this is what I'm thinking. It gives the administration some foundation as to where the board member or community member or whatever is thinking. So I think that we can do both things, come back and say, hey, let's discuss these with a little bit more information. And my opinion is it's 11 o'clock. So can we have this further discussion later on? But the process is, to answer your question succinctly, any board member can ask a question, but it really needs to be discussed in public session at the next business meeting. So we could have sent an email to the administration, but we need to have the public discussion at the next available business meeting. So that's why we're having it.
Thank you for that, Board Member Moffitt. So for clarity, and I'll wrap up, is this an assignment or is this request for information?
I made it as an assignment.
Okay.
And I made the assignment with the ad hoc chart as well. And more importantly, it was published Friday, meeting our deadlines, if you will, or on board docs and had that opportunity. So, and on the agenda.
So my final question, if it's an assignment that needs full board support.
Needs a majority of the board.
Okay, so do we vote on this now to ensure that it is an assignment to reflect full board support? Or is it just a request for information?
Support for the assignment, not support for the items on the list.
Support for the assignment, yes. Maybe I'm missing something, but I believe I'm hearing that in order for there to be an
Then
assignment.
we missed the opportunity to vote on all the other assignments that we all just gave.
Okay, well, I'm new to this process.
Right.
Trying to learn and understand, and so, again, just needing clarity, and if we're specifying that, well, a request for information, you don't need board support, but for assignments, you do. I mean, that would be across the board for me, that there's board support, and instead of we're just suggesting things as an individual.
We've historically, for the last couple of years, if there's any concern or any question that it's not universally supported by every board member, we vote on it for an assignment. And so here, I think we could call a vote. People could vote their conscience. Or if everybody already agrees, we can move on.
Okay, thank you.
So we have a call by member Lindy and by member Matt for a vote on both of these, certainly not the ad hoc, but on this one.
Member Bolden, given the President Bolden, given the superintendent's response about what they think they can do by the next meeting, I'm certainly fine with where we are. I know more now than I knew 20 minutes ago, because when this posted, I didn't know where it was or where it came from. So I don't need to vote tonight because I support what's being assigned, but there may be another board member out there who feels differently.
That's fine. I'm willing to move forward, but again, I was seeking understanding and clarity.
Right, so we're not gonna vote. All right, well, what an interesting evening. Appreciate all the time and effort, and sorry that we're gonna be this late, but we got a lot done, and you're closer.
Yeah, I am. And I do want to ask the question though now, with where we are, do we just not make the CAL meeting a voting meeting and just go to the next meeting for the end of the month instead of doing that at the CAL?
I think we have to do the CAL
Can,
one.
can we agree because it is CAL and we had not already scheduled that we'll also keep it to the 2-hour minimum that we discussed before for CAL?
I think it's reasonable to keep it to the 2-hour.
Okay.
And of course, that also depends on how long the presentations are.
I'll make sure my presentations are just fine. But I'm sure my presentations tonight weren't the issue, but if we can keep it to 2 hours.
Sections took how long,
Yeah.
whatever, but got a lot done tonight. So yes,
Okay.
2 hours.
Okay, thank you.
But it will- the CAL will be a business meeting for the purpose of voting.
Thank you.
Motion to adjourn.